Good evening. This is the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, and I call this meeting to order. It is 6 p.m. Monday, April 28th, 2025. And before we get started, I do have a opening statement. The Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial board created by Dickinson County. The board's purpose is to decide on applications for variances from the zoning ordinance, applications for conditional uses requested under the zoning ordinance, appeals of decisions of the zoning administrator. As a board of the county, we welcome all testimonies. We make our decisions based on the facts and evidence allowed under the county zoning ordinance presented in an open meeting. Testimony before the board must be given under oath or affirmation. If the proceedings become lengthy, we may ask that the testimony be focused on new facts or evidence not already presented. We ask that if you wish to speak, please come to the microphone so your testimony will be recorded in the event of future litigation. We ask that the proceedings be orderly. When you are testifying, please address your remarks to the board. We are an independent board of citizens appointed by the county board of supervisors and not part of the county administration. We are served in our efforts by a county attorney and staff members from the planning and zoning office.
As the chair just stated, the Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial board, and this is a legal proceeding, and the decorum of this meeting will reflect the same. The conduct of the meeting will be orderly and respectful. Theatrics of any kind will not be tolerated. This includes clapping and or cheering, and you will be removed from the room. Your actions and appearance show that you respect the Board of Adjustment and the importance of the proceedings. As indicated on the opening statement, the order of proceedings will be as follows. An oral statement summarizing the issues and procedural steps as presented by staff, followed by testimony and evidence presented by the applicant, written correspondence. Then any member of the audience wishing to speak for or against the appeal may testify next. The board will then give the applicant and the county staff an opportunity to present final summaries and arguments. Finally, the board will discuss the issues and evidence leading to a decision.
Okay. So first on our agenda would be approval of the agenda. So I'll take a motion to approve the agenda we have in front of us.
So moved.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
It's been made and seconded to approve the agenda before us tonight. And those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved. Okay, next on the agenda would be roll call. So Lee, would you please call roll?
Herbie Birdhouse,
Here.
Douglas Westerman,
Here.
Alex LeBlanc,
Here.
Susan Clark. Here. Jeff Ashley.
Here. Okay, now we move on to new business. And our first item of new business would be the application for James and Catherine Peters Family Trust for a variance on the following described property. Moore Lake Development, second subdivision, Township 99, Centerville Township, Parcel A in private access area, Dickinson County, Iowa, parcel number 0715351033. The address of the principal structure is 25076 182nd Street, Spirit Lake, Iowa. The property is owned by James and Catherine Peters. The description of the variance is to have a 3 feet southeast side yard when 30 feet is required, a variance of 27 feet being a through lot. Has everyone had a chance to look at those sites?
Yes.
Yes. And who's here to represent that application? Just, you can come up to the podium and make your presentation. Please state your name and address for the board. Can you get up, please?
My name is Catherine Peters. My husband, Jim, and I are here this evening to request a variance. We would like to build a 20 by 24-foot garage next to our current garage. Our property is unique in the fact that we have a street that goes all the way around our house. Thus, we have no side yards and no backyards for setback. We can only work with a front yard variance. Because of the odd shape of the lot, the garage would vary from 27 feet at one corner of the garage to 3 foot 8 inches at another corner of the property line. We plan on putting siding to be painted the same shade as the house and white stone trim on the corners of the garage to also match the house, so that the new garage would blend in and not stand out. And we do plan on putting gutters on the garage, same as us on our house, for any water runoff.
Does the board have any questions?
I do. I did find the place okay and your small flags marking it out. You had no utilities marked. Did you research that at a time? Any utilities in that area of where the garage will be?
Please come to the microphone. Please come to the microphone so you can, and state your name.
Hi, I'm Lowell Woodbury, on Woodbury Construction here in town. We called to locate this afternoon, about 3:30. But if they're not done, we'll be locating in the morning. Takes 48 hours to have that done. And it will be marked out in white paint, and then all the locations will be there too.
Kind of after the fact for us viewing it, but I suspect there won't be anything there, but I'm assuming that too, so.
There's a couple personal things there, water, sprinklers are in there, and one water line. As far as we know. We really didn't want to mess with that until we got the building permit approved, so.
But usually that's part of the application.
Okay.
Have that stuff.
Yeah.
Mapped out. And identified.
And we mapped out the building, the garage and stuff and the driveway. But anyway. Okay.
Was there discussion about actually attaching it that would reduce the amount of space needed on that southeast side? Northeast side, whichever.
Excuse me?
Was there any discussion about just attaching it to the side? So the car, it now becomes a 5-car, minimizing the amount of the variance that you'd be requesting?
Yeah, I'll let you address that.
We came and spoke to the zoning person before Megan got this job. And we talked to him about maybe getting a variance. And we were told at that time, well, you can spend the money on the variance, but there's no way they're gonna allow it, so I wouldn't waste my time
To attach it.
to attach it to our current garage, is what I was told. So at that point, we didn't proceed any farther.
You bring it.
Yeah, I would have preferred it attached, but we were told it would never go through if we wanted to attach it. So that's why now we have proceeded with a detached garage.
In light of the change in administration, you didn't think to ask again? With David leaving and Megan taking over, that maybe that would be a different answer?
No, because I assumed the previous person. I mean, I just assumed that that was the rules, and he said there was no. I could do it if I wanted to waste my time, but otherwise don't bother, because there was no way I was gonna get a variance for an attached garage.
I'm sorry, I can't comment on that because I wasn't part of that conversation and I don't recall that. I was just reading the public notice and it doesn't actually say, so the description of the variance is to have a 3 feet southeast side yard and 30 feet is required, a variance of 27 feet being a through lot. It does not actually say that to have a detached structure. So when a variance can be amended as long as what's being proposed is less than what was published. So, I mean, I suppose that's a discussion that you can have with the applicant because as long as it's, I mean, if that 3 feet becomes a 6 feet or an 8 feet separation, you know, that variance does not become greater. If that makes any sense. It's not getting any closer to the lot line, it's getting further.
And there's nothing that would preclude them from being able to then attach it, is what you're saying.
No, I don't have anything that would say that it cannot be attached. And I'm sorry, that's not a conversation we had in the office or,
Well,
So-
you weren't at that when we visited, that day, but yeah, we
Would
would,
that be something you'd like to explore?
yeah, we would explore, an attached garage, but I didn't think that was a possibility.
yeah, because they have the 6 feet separation because that is a requirement to have a detached structure. If you,
That gives you
yeah, if
6
it's
more feet.
attached, yes, it would give it 6 more feet on that south road, if you will.
No. If we would attach that 2-stall garage to our current garage, what happens with the driveway? We were told that if we had a separated building, we could have a separated driveway, but what do we do if,
So if we attach it, so the minimum width only in the right of, or excuse me, the maximum width only in the right of way is 32 feet. So if your driveway would, and
yeah,
fan
then it
out,
can fan
then
out.
it can fan out.
I personally, I don't think we have a problem with an attached garage if it can be done that way.
And then your setback would be less.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So it would
Yeah.
be 9 feet instead of, because we would be gaining that 6.
Yeah, so.
Yeah,
How's your
so it-
timeline? In other words, if this were to be tabled, is that a possibility? Is that, I don't know. what
We
your-
prefer that it not be tabled because we would like to get started. Our builder has time now. We can get our cement person lined up now, which maybe later we couldn't. So we were hoping to have an answer tonight.
And that we can act on it if it's less of a variance you're asking, so not to catch as a.
We can put conditions on it,
Yes.
they be attached, and then to Kirby's point, I think the utilities need to be marked and assured that
Right.
there aren't gonna be any complications, so
Contingent on.
contingent upon those two things.
Which that's coming, it sounds.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Any other questions the board has for Catherine? at this time? Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
And any other questions the board has at this time? Is there any written correspondence?
There is. In accordance to how James and Catherine Peters' home sits and the land as it is now has been like that for over 20 years as is. It is my opinion that it should stay that way. In addition to any of the garage side affects lake views from my home and property, which is a big factor in the home's value for their property. This extra footage would affect all the lake view from my home, and that is not okay. The value if my home and property would go down because people like lake views. If you devalue my property, I would ask for major compensation for that. Is the right thing to keep things as they are and have been since it affects such important issues? My vote is no. I can't add a building to the west of my property because there is not room. I have to find a lot or land to accomplish that. Sincerely, Sherry Leach. That would be, that's it.
Okay. At this time, that's all the written correspondence we have for that application. At this point, we'll open up to the public for this application to make any comments. If someone is here that would like to say something on Peter's applications, please come to the microphone and state your name. Raise your hand. This is for this application.
All these reserved seats aren't filled. For the people.
They will be after the variances are done.
Yeah, I'm Deborah Hagedorn, and I see a lot of people on the lake region 5 foot away from the light line or even. Why are they any different? Question. Can you answer that?
I guess I don't understand the question. Why are whom any different?
I'm talking about these people that wanna build a garage, right, attached to the garage.
Okay,
And you want them to build it away from the garage and have a separate driveway. But you have all these lake people that don't have 5 foot from each other. So I bet there isn't 10 foot.
We're gonna
Or
allow them to do that.
You're misunderstanding.
You are gonna allow them to do that?
To,
Thank
to
you.
attach.
It's not that voted
That's
on.
all I care
It's not-
about.
hasn't been-
So- Yeah,
that's the proposal.
that's the
They-
proposal.
they-
Proposal.
The board will vote on, it. That's the
I mean,
proposal.
they need to have something that in one, not in two. In a separate driveway. That is ridiculous when we have not even 10 foot between some of these houses in this town. True,
Thank you.
that's all I have to say.
Anyone else have a comment on the Peters application? Okay, seeing none, at this point of our meeting, the public discussion for the Peters application is now closed. And does the board have any other questions or discussion?
I guess with the discussion that has taken place, I didn't know if there was. I don't know how it gets proposed, I guess, to reduce the side yard being requested from 3 feet to 9 feet, for instance. Making the total variance not 27 feet any longer, but maybe it's 21 feet. Is that something that's possible to do?
Procedurally correct, yes.
And also have a contingent of the utilities
Yeah.
marked.
And then not being any issues with that.
Right.
Motion, Doug?
I would make that a motion to approve a variance as requested, but not at the 3 feet, but at 9 feet from the side yard.
And be able to attach the
Yeah.
the garage.
And attach the garage to the existing structure garage.
And identify
Utilities
the
marked,
utilities.
which he's already, they're coming
They're
tomorrow.
coming. Shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, is there a second to Doug's
Actually, it's not to approve, it's to vote on
right to vote on?
variance based on those two
Right.
contingencies.
Right.
Okay. Right?
Is there a second to Doug's motion?
Second.
It's been made and seconded. So go ahead and vote.
Just cut that out. I'm fine.
The votes being Kirby Burhout approved, Douglas Westerman approved, Alex Jablonski approved, Susan Clark approved, and Jeff Ashland approved, so the votes are all approved.
Okay, there are 5 votes in favor of granting the application and no votes opposed to granting the application. The application as modified is therefore granted. The applicant may consult with the zoning administrator tomorrow as to obtaining a building permit. However, this is notice to any aggrieved party that you have a right to appeal this decision within 30 days of today. Very well.
I'll be in
Thank you.
touch in the next couple of days in regards to picking it
All
up.
right, thank you.
Yep, go ahead and do your findings of fact. This, yes, you'll add in the stipulation. Or the change.
And if you guys would like to leave, you're more than welcome to. You don't have to stay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's do it.
Okay, next on our agenda would be the application for Philip and Brenda Timmons for a variance on the following described property. Trigogi Beach, Township 99, Lakeville Township, 10 feet of lot 11 and all of lot 12, in the south 11 feet of lot 13, and the southerly part of lot 21, block 35, Dickinson County, Iowa, parcel number 06-022-76-024. The address of the principal structure is 20826 Lagoon Street North, Spirit Lake, Iowa. The property is owned by Philip and Brenda Timmons. The description of the variance is to have a front yard of 2 feet when 25 feet is required, a variance of 23 feet, and to have a rear yard of 23 feet when 25 feet is required, variance of 2 feet, and to have a north side yard of 4 feet when 8 feet is required, a variance of 4 feet, and a south side yard of 6 feet when 8 feet is required, a variance of 2 feet. So has everyone had a chance to decide?
Yes.
And who's here to pull that application? State your name and your board address.
Brenda Timmons, and this is my husband Phil, and the cabin is in Trigogi. We are asking for a variance to remodel. Basically what we're doing is connecting the existing cabin to the existing garage and to make it handicap accessible. So in order to do that, the garage is sitting a lot higher than the house. So we need to add a story onto the house, but we would go straight up, not going outside the footprint. And so that way the garage would, you'd be able to walk right from the garage into the upper part of the house and it would be 0 entry because we want to make this a retirement home. So that's basically, and then the breezeway would connect the two. And we tried to keep it as small as we could. But we just needed that much room to be able to access the garage through there and actually still have a few rooms in there. And then we need to make the front door in the breezeway because the front part of the cabin on Lagoon Street normally does not get scooped with snow in the wintertime. They don't scoop the snow. So we need to have the backside of the garage would be our address, which would be, what is it, Lakeview?
Lakeview Drive,
Yeah. So that's why we need to have the front door in that breezeway area so you can access the house from up there.
Yeah, the variances sound pretty tough, but I mean, it's all the existing cabin, the garage, the way it is already. It was that way when we bought it. And like the 2 foot up front versus 25 is well in sight, line of sight of all the other cabins right there front, so.
And basically that breezeway is within the perimeters of what, we wouldn't really need to have a variance for that. We're kind of, I tucked them both in, so both sides.
You're staying in the same footprint.
With the garage in the house and then that breezeway is kind of tucked in there, so.
Does the board have any questions for the Timmons?
I saw some questionable drainage issues. Like it looks like possibly that your neighbor has drainage running through the timber wall, coming right down on the backside of your property, plus their the lakeside, their downspout is running right, which it appears that it runs right on your yard. So it's creating kind of a wet spot there, so I'm assuming it drains pretty well along there. That I was more concerned about, because if you put in new foundation and you've got a problem with them, their runoff coming right onto your foundation, you can't, because of the slope. It'd be a problem.
We'll probably be putting a tile on both sides of the house, the north side and the south side. As far as that one going over into the neighbors, which is how it was when we bought it. That would get dumped in that tile and brought towards the lake. But
Timbers are, that's
Yeah,
our property basically.
the timbers are our property, but there's problems there too. We'll probably rebuild them. We're right in the same spot where they're at.
Yeah. That needs to be rebuilt.
On the north side, you have the stairs there. There's an X. It says cut the X. What's that all about?
I know that.
That's Stacy.
Yeah, I think that's 5 foot right there. Originally, but
Yeah,
You wanna say your name?
yeah, Stacy Tegmeyer with engineering. Is there any chance that X was the,
On the stair steps, it's probably the lot line. Yeah, I think it's right there. God.
if it's just on the north side of the stairs, that's actually the property line.
Sure.
That retaining wall right towards the back now that is there now, that'll be all taken out when you put in your new structure to
Yeah.
join the two.
yeah, that'll be taken out there.
Oh,
Oh, it's on there.
Right there.
The railroad ties.
And that would be rebuilt. Yeah, that,
Yeah.
there's problems there. It's starting to
Yeah.
cave.
It needs to be
Yeah,
rebuilt.
that'll get rebuilt.
Board have any other questions? Any opinions? Okay, thank you for now. Is there any written correspondence? Okay.
Good morning. We write you today to express our support with no objections for the proposed construction project to add to the home located at 20826 Lagoon Street North, owned by Philip and Brenda Timmons. Deborah and I own the property at 15232 Lakeview Drive, which is within the notification radius for this project. Philip and Brenda have shared with us the specifics of their proposed project. It will enhance their property and will not present any unreasonable or significant negative impacts to our property. Should you have any questions or desire additional comment, you can be reached at the address and phone number. Thank you, Chandler and Deborah Thomas.
Thank you. Is there any other written? Okay, now we're gonna open up the discussion to the public for the Timmons application. Is it anyone in the public like to speak on behalf of this application for variance? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the discussion for the Timmons application. Is there any other questions from the board? No. If not, I will take a motion.
Make a motion, we vote on the Timmons variance.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Been made and seconded. We'll go ahead and vote on the Timmons variance application.
The votes, Kirby Burhow approve, Douglas Westerman approve, Alex Kaponsky approve, Susan Clark approve, and Jeff Ashland approve.
Okay, there are 5 votes in favor of granting the application and no votes opposed to granting the application. The application as published is therefore granted. The applicant may consult with the zoning administrator tomorrow as to obtaining the building permit. However, this is a notice to any agreed party that you have a right to appeal this decision within 30 days of today.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch. You want to see while we're doing.
Okay, while we're doing findings of fact, we'll just take a few minutes before we start on the next.
Any issues in this meeting? Yeah.
The next one.
You're sweet. Oh, you're sweet.
Yep, you go ahead and give them their. Yes.
Yeah.
That's fast.
Okay, you're gonna say that. Yeah, that's how we did it.
I mean, that's your kind of.
I thought it would. No. Oh.
Nothing under there?
No, there's
Oh, I can see now.
there's outlets that
Yeah, yeah.
are like that.
Oh.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Like.
Yeah, right.
That's fine.
No.
No, I have.
Safety valve.
Are you? All right, did you,
What do you think about?
You have a file.
like usually,
Yeah, dog.
That's actually.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. You know, that video that.
tornado.
I know.
We did for the still, they've had them for 20,000.
Well, it's just, it was just crazy. I did not expect it.
It's been shared dozens of times.
I was thinking you look familiar.
One of them should share.
How are you doing?
Very good.
Yes. Yeah. I didn't even think anything I said was that.
I was checking.
Yeah.
57 cents a mile.
So, here.
Flavors. Yeah.
Did you get both guys? Oh.
It's definitely plastic bottle. Water.
That's right.
What, what that county made a part two I did.
It's.
Uh-huh.
So.
That was a couple of days ago. Did they just? Yeah. Well, I guess.
Carbonated.
Away from us, so.
It's a natural flavor, cherry, there's stevia leg.
That really, yeah, the guy was very.
So. If you want, they have chili plain.
Standing there and I said, Patty. I just said. I know.
Continue with our Board of Adjustment. We're on to new business again. The next item would be News Project LLC. Landowners, conditional use to construct 67 wind energy conversion systems on the following described property. Sections 1 and 12 through 16, 20 through 29, 32 through 36 of Milford Township, and sections 1 through 36 of Lloyd Township, and sections 21, 22, 26 to 29, and 31 to 36 in Richland Township, Dickinson County, Iowa, in the A1 Ag District. Due to this being a conditional use application, Megan has a staff report.
April 28th, 2025, conditional use wind energy conversion systems. The request for conditional use for RedRock Wind Energy Center to construct 67 wind energy conversion systems on the property of described. The present zoning is A1 agricultural and the future land use is agricultural. Wind energy conversion systems are only allowed in the A1 agricultural district as a permitted principal conditional use. Energy conversion systems are defined as any device such as a wind charger, windmill, or wind turbine which converts wind energy to a form of usable energy in any meteorological tower. It is my determination, based on the entirety of the Dickinson County Comprehensive Land Use Plan, that it is not in conflict with said plan.
Okay. So who's here to represent this application? And so just come to the podium and state your name and address to the board.
My name is Joe Crowley. I'm a representative from Energy, one out of our Denver office, which is 1001 17th Street, Denver, Colorado.
Okay.
Thanks for having us. I do have a presentation that I'd love to pull up. You guys are willing to entertain it?
I hope sharing, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
On behalf of the 244 families that are participating in this project and the Invenergy team, thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration this evening. The RedRock Wind project represents a significant financial investment in Dickinson County, and we appreciate the board's diligence in reviewing our detailed application. Leading up to this hearing, it's likely that you've heard a lot about this project. We're here to share the facts and answer any questions that you may have. Please stop me at any point if you have one. Ultimately, the decision before you is really about facts. So our team is here to provide clear information about how this project conforms to the ordinance requirements set out by this county. Our application is in full compliance with the ordinance regulating the siting and permitting of wind energy systems in Dickinson County. This ordinance, adopted a year ago after a year's work, including several public meetings, hundreds of comments from the public, and several amendments from draft to adoptions. It's the law of the land as it relates to wind energy applications. We have made significant changes to our layout this board in 2023 based on the feedback that we received and applied with this new ordinance. The ordinance lays out dozens of clear requirements, and the standard is simple. Does this project meet them? Our application shows in detail how RedRock meets, or in many cases exceeds, every requirement. Wind energy has been a part of Dickinson County and Iowa for nearly 20 years. This project builds on that experience and reflects the lessons learned from years of operating wind in this region. It's important to remember RedRock will be built under a stricter and more comprehensive ordinance than any of the other existing projects for the past. This ordinance is strong, it's more restrictive, and it's a framework that prior wind projects approved in Dickinson County's were permitted. My name is Joe Crowley, and I'm the lead developer of the RedRock Wind project. I spent the last 2.5 years working closely with this community and our landowners to move this project forward. Joining me tonight are several experts with decades of experience who are available to answer questions. I will first walk through some slides providing information about what was included in our application. This project has deep roots. It was started here in Dickinson County back in 2008 when a group of local landowners raised their own money to build something that could last. Using one of the area's greatest wind resources is wind. Because you're going to
Slides aren't it?
Yep, I'm still on that first one. I'm just going to open it up. This project wasn't dreamt up in a corporate office. It was started by local families who wanted to invest in their land and their community. They believed in this project early on, and they've stuck with it through years of hard work. To put it in perspective, one of the founding families attended their first RedRock meeting with their son still in diapers. Today, their son is approaching his final semesters at Iowa State, a reminder of just how long and steadily this project has been taking hold. RedRock has been built carefully over time by local families who chose to invest in the future of Dickinson County and who stayed committed to that vision even when it would have been easier to follow. It's my privilege to work alongside them and to take the responsibility of representing the project and our landowners incredibly seriously. On their behalf, I will respectfully ask that this board approve. RedRock is a 300 megawatt wind project with proposed facilities in Emmett, Dickinson, and Clay counties. While turbine locations are only proposed in Emmett and Dickinson counties, underground collection lines will tie into the project substation and switchyard in Clay County, where the project will connect to existing high voltage transmission lines. The energy produced by this project will be enough to power all the homes in Dickinson, Emmett, and Clay counties for time. This project will bring substantial direct economic benefits to this area. The lease payments associated with RedRock provide farmers with consistent, reliable income, not tied to weather or market savings or market swings. Over the lifetime of this project, the typical landowner hosting a turbine is expected to receive approximately $1.6 million in total lease payments. And the benefit extends far beyond those fortunate enough to host a turbine. Landowners with electrical collection on their property or whose land is used for project setbacks will receive substantial long-term gains as part of their participation. RedRock will generate approximately $95 million in property tax contributions from Dickinson County taxing jurisdictions. Over the life of the project, that includes about $72 million for area schools and new job opportunities, including careers for those that can keep projects close to home. This project supports your farmers, it strengthens your communities, and it helps ensure a brighter future for the next generation of folks lucky enough to call this place home. The residents who first launched this effort over 16 years ago are eager to finally see these benefits come to fruition. Invenergy is a Midwest-based American energy company that has been developing projects in Iowa since 2003. As a developer, owner, and operator of energy projects, we have a proven track record and know what it takes to provide safety and well-being of the we build projects across the globe, ranging from natural gas to water purification systems. Instead, some of what we're most proud of is right here in Iowa. We've successfully developed 16 projects across 12 Iowa counties, an effort that accounts for over a third of all the wind energy generated in the state. Alongside those projects, Invenergy operates and maintains wind sites across Iowa, including right here in Dickinson County at the Upland Prairie Wind Project. Some of the landowners, educators, and business owners who are here tonight support RedRock are joined by others who grew up here and now work for Invenergy Services, helping oversee the safe, reliable operations of Iowa's wind sites. Overseeing projects throughout the entire life cycle, from development through construction and in turn into long-term operations, gives us a unique perspective within the industry. We understand what it takes to build projects that are not only successful on day one, but responsibly operating and maintained for decades to come. One question we often get is, why build a project? And every project we develop is unique. It's shaped by its own set of considerations from engineering, environmental constraints, and county regulations. This project is cited based on those considerations. We have voluntary easements signed up with all of our participating landowners who put their ground into this project. In addition to Dickinson County's rich, high-quality soils and beautiful glacial lakes, this area is home to a world-class wind resource, one that landowners have chosen to harvest. Local transmission infrastructure has already been upgraded and is primed to accommodate new energy. When the power is needed locally, it can go directly to local homes and businesses. But it's not, it moves on to the greater grid to serve neighboring communities. But no matter where those electrons travel, the economic benefits stay right here. Payments to landowners and property tax revenue for local communities. Of course, harvesting the wind is nothing new to this part of Iowa. As far back as the late 1800s, farmers used windmills to pump water to irrigate these fields. In the early 2000s, utility scale wind intervened a new chapter in that story, and today, thanks in part to those early investments, Iowans enjoy some of the lowest utility rates in the region, especially compared to neighboring states that have been slower to embrace this resource. The current project layout proposes up to 67 turbines in Dickinson County. These locations were selected based on more than a dozen technical, environmental, and land use factors, including land in the neighborhood. Every proposed turbine location has been submitted to the Federal Aviation Administration for a maximum height of 590 feet, and all have been approved except for one that we recently refiled and is undergoing review after we shifted the turbine a few feet to accommodate a neighbor's non-residential structure that was moved. An FAA approval means that the turbines pose no hazard to air navigation. All turbines are sited on privately owned, voluntarily leased farmland, and we've taken extra steps to minimize potential impacts. No turbine encroaches on protected airspace. All turbine sites meet or exceed the county zoning expectations and requirements, and environmental setbacks were incorporated based on DNR guidance. Environmental stewardship has been a major focus since the beginning of this project. We've worked extensively with the Iowa Department of Natural Resources, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and local conservation authorities. Over years of environmental surveys and studies, we've carefully sited turbines to minimize and avoid impacts to self-habitat and to resources above the law. In short, this turbine layout before you reflects a thoughtful, responsible, and locally supported design. The success that we've had in Iowa is directly tied to the partnerships that we've built here, including including the thousands of landowners who have chosen to participate in our projects. We've invested tens of millions of dollars into our host communities, investments that in turn have helped generate hundreds of millions of dollars in property tax revenue. Beyond the economic benefits, we are strong with partnerships and built with local organizations. We've supported groups like the Future Farmers of America, Pheasants Forever, local chambers of commerce, VFW posts, emergency service associations, and the Iowa Great Lakes Corridor Development Corporation. We also recently launched a scholarship fund at the Iowa Lakes Community College to help support the next generation of local leaders. In addition, we've made donations directly to local primary schools, and we are committed to continuing that support for your local students and teachers. That outreach is ongoing, and we're always happy to meet with local organizations, answer questions, and help support community-focused initiatives wherever we can. The project was designed not only to comply with, but to exceed all of the ordinance requirements. We took care in selecting turbine locations using sound science, best practices, and leaning heavily on direct input from landowners and environmental experts. Spacing and density of turbines was carefully planned to avoid clustering and to preserve environmental corridors. As we received input, we made decisions to refine our layout. We removed turbines following public input or the hearings back in 2023. And we have since removed more turbines to address concerns about proximity to lakes and sensitive environmental resources. We've shifted turbines and routed facilities based on feedback from landowners and neighbors. We've increased setbacks from the city of Milford's airport, and we've increased setbacks from the lakes. The closest turbine is 2.8 miles south of Lower Guard and nearly 5 miles east of Oakwood. We heard concerns about blinking red lights, so we committed to implementing technology to keep red lights off at night by installing aircraft detection lighting systems, or ADLS. This system keeps turbine lights off unless a nearby aircraft is detected, significantly reducing nighttime lighting. ADLS installation requires approval from the FAA and the FCC. However, we do not anticipate any issues as these systems are now routinely being approved. We have engaged a consultant to identify the optimal location for our unit within the project area. Once our final project layout is set, we will help determine the placement of that radar tower. We will submit our applications for agency approval. We opened up a local office in Spirit Lake to better connect with stakeholders. We've hosted several open houses, we've met with local clubs, attended countless county level board meetings, worked hard to keep our outreach open, steady, and accessible. We've begun offering good neighbor agreements to nearby landowners, which provide some income to neighbors who are hosting facilities. This is a completely optional offer to participate in our project. Our emergency response plan has already been reviewed and approved by the Dickinson County Emergency Management Team and District Fire Chiefs. And we maintain ongoing coordination with first responders to ensure that they are familiar with site access and emergency protocols. Additionally, in compliance with the updated ordinance requirement, we submitted a complaint resolution protocol with our application to provide any landowners participating or not a framework to raise any potential concerns during constructions and operations of our project. We've also worked to be visible and responsive, hosting public meetings, engaging with local civic groups, and making ourselves available to answer questions one-on-one. Over the last several years, our team has dozens of technical, environmental, and engineering assessments, all to guide the project layout, ensure future regulatory compliance, and to site projects responsibly in the public's interest. These studies include wind resource monitoring through meteorological towers, confirming long-term production viability, wetland and hydrology studies completed with input from state and federal agencies, avian and bat use surveys over multiple seasons following U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service guidance. Noise and shadow flicker monitoring using conservative assumptions and real-world topography, geotechnical borings at turbine sites to confirm soil conditions, cultural resources studies in coordinating with the State Historic Preservation Office, alongside visual simulations, market impact analysis, and economic benefit studies. Beyond these, we've conducted airspace analyses, microwave beam studies, performed title reviews, and conducted property survey of the entire project area. This research was not done in isolation. We consulted closely with local officials, environmental regulators, and independent experts at every stage to ensure accuracy, transparency, and accountability. We also work with the county to develop road use agreements, drainage agreements, emergency response plans, and that complaint resolution protocol, putting clear processes in place to protect local infrastructure, support public safety, and address community concerns. In short, every aspect of this project, from site selection to layout optimization, is backed by years of science-based research in collaboration with stakeholders. You don't have to take our word for it. Our application includes independent third-party reports to back up every key point and to demonstrate compliance with the ordinance. Market impact analysis conducted that there will be no negative impact on property values. Comprehensive health compendium found no harm associated with wind turbines cited in accordance with these county standards, as this project is. The ICE and Blade thorough risk assessment determined that the risk is lower than any common daily activities, and our draft decommissioning plan includes detailed commitments to restoring the area to its agricultural condition, along with a third-party cost estimate and financial assurance to ensure long-term responsibility. In addition to addressing safety and long-term responsibility, this project will also deliver major economic benefits to the community. We included in our application a detailed report authored by Strategic Economic Research that analyzes these benefits extensively. I'll share a few high-level takeaways from that analysis. In total, the project will contribute approximately $122 million in property taxes across Clay and Dickinson counties. The project is expected to contribute approximately $72 million in school districts, paving the way for improved facilities, expanding educational programs like STEM, vocational training, enhanced student support services, and efforts to attract and retain quality teachers. This funding can also help protect local schools through consolidation or closure. The approximately $22 million in increased tax revenue going back to Dickinson County and independent schools over the course of the project will help fund new infrastructure projects, strengthen long-term economic goals, and expand county services. The employment opportunities generated by this project will provide meaningful support to local families. Well-compensated construction jobs are expected to stimulate the local economy, while long-term operations and maintenance roles offer folks like graduates of the MLA's program a chance to build rewarding careers without leaving their community. Finally, farmers in this county know all too well the volatility of commodity markets. But we have bumper harvest somewhere else, where global policy shift can turn months of hard work into financial uncertainty. These lease payments generated by this project will provide participating farmers with a predictable, diversified income stream to help strengthen their family farms. We pay our landowners a fixed fee based on the number of acres and the facilities ultimately installed on their property, with payments that escalate year after year. The larger the capacity of the wind turbine installed, the greater the earnings for the landowners. Property tax revenues from wind directly support schools, emergency services, roads, and other local services without increasing tax rates on residents. Wind turbines are assessed using a special valuation formula provided by Iowa law and adopted locally in Dickinson County ordinance number 9. The assessed value is taxed at the same local property tax rate as other properties, with the formula ensuring predictable and steadily increasing tax base over time. This additional revenue helps reduce reliance on residential land, residential and agricultural property taxpayers, and lessens dependence on state aid. It is a benefit that grows year after year, providing lasting investments in Dickinson County's infrastructure, education system, and public services. To break down the tax benefits to schools a little bit more, Greenwich and Carroll's fiscal year 2025 tax levy was $3.9 million. RedRock will pay approximately $1 million per year on average in property taxes to Greenwich schools alone for 40 years. That's equivalent to the entire school district. So another way, this project will pay equal to 10.68 years of the district's entire property tax levy at 2025 levels. Okoboji Schools fiscal year 2025 tax levy was $18.3 million. RedRock will pay more than $250,000 annually for 40 years, totaling approximately $10.3 million. We also have a tax expert here to answer any questions you may have about the valuation formula, how it works, and what this additional revenue could mean for your local schools and budgets. Tax revenue from wind projects across Iowa have benefited other communities in various ways. Some have reduced their property tax rates, while some have increased their county services without having to raise taxes. Others have used increment tax increment financing, allowing county to bond against future property taxes from wind projects to do large infrastructure projects, building bridges, improving roads at the onset of project's life cycle. Our county, property taxes from wind turbines were used to repair 33 bridges and 28 miles of road. One county supervisor put it simply: we could not have done this without the income from wind turbines. They made the roads and bridges safe and safer. It had been a huge blessing for the county. In Marshall County, wind revenue allowed the county to maintain public services without raising taxes. Without turbine revenue, the levy on taxpayers would have had to increase nearly 23%, 24% just to maintain the same level. And in O'Brien County, the additional revenue allowed the county to lower its combined property tax rate from 9.1% to 6.5% between 2015 and 2023, moving them from one of the highest to one of the lowest county tax rates. With wind revenue, counties have options. They can fund new infrastructure projects, lower tax rates, or avoid tax increases that would otherwise fall on its residents. RedRock provides Dickinson County with the same option. Wind isn't new to Dickinson County either. The Upland Prairie project, located on the west side of the Great Lakes, has been operating successfully for several years. Importantly, Upland Prairie was approved and built under an earlier version of this county's ordinance, before more stringent standards that apply to RedRock Wind today were adopted. It is coexisted with supported local tax revenues, and that's a positive and sustainable part of Dickinson County's future. Given that track record, it would be inconsistent to suggest that a new project, one designed to meet even more strict standards, would no longer serve the public's interest. RedRock builds on that proven success, but with enhanced protections, greater environmental setbacks, and modernized technology. It represents an even better and more community-centered project. It's also important to look at existing wind projects in the county to RedRock's economic contributions in context. According to information found on the Dickinson County Taxpayers Association website, 147 turbines across these projects pay a total of $1.2 million per year in property tax. Dickinson County. For context, RedRock's turbines will pay $3 million per year to the same jurisdictions for 40 years. Independent market research consistently shows that wind farms have no negative impact on rural, residential, or agricultural property values. In fact, local data tells an even stronger story. Around the Upland Prairie Wind Farm, assessed property values have increased since the project's construction. In interviews conducted with assessors across 41 Iowa counties, including multiple interviews with the Dickinson County Assessor Stephanie Stone, no evidence has been found of wind projects causing reductions in assessed property values. This zone specifically confirmed in 2021, 2024, and again in 2029. This is not observed nor just in property values. Moreover, the only property value appeal related to wind farms was filed and was denied. Over that time, property values have continued to rise even with wind farms operating nearby. Wind leases themselves can enhance the marketability and income generating potential of agricultural land, providing long-term economic benefits for rural communities. Finally, as it relates to lakeshore property values, according to data from the Dickinson County Property Tax Association, property values on the western facing half of the Lake West, those with existing wind developments in their region, saw property values increase by an average of 78% just in the 3 years from 2020 to 2020. Given that proven history, it's clear that wind energy can successfully coexist with the diverse land uses and communities that define Dickinson County. RedRock Wind continues that tradition. In fact, only about 42 acres will be taken out of crop production as part of the project, allowing for agriculture, recreation, and residential life. Our leases include protections for drain tile and crop damage, and farming can continue up to the base of the turbine. We'll work closely with landowners to responsibly site collection lines and access roads, and provide compensation for any temporary impacts to crops during construction. We also have clear enforceable commitments to decompacting areas during construction or decommissioning, and are committed to restoring the land once the project is retired. For many landowners, this project provides a reliable source of supplemental income that can help stabilize farming operations, especially if the market can be unpredictable. Safety concerns, such as blade throw and ice shed, are often raised, and they deserve serious science-based answers. While not required by Dickinson County's ordinance, RedRock Wind voluntarily commissioned a blade throw and ice shed risk assessment conducted by an independent third-party expert. Their rigorous modeling shows that the risk of a major event is extremely rare and further minimized by layers of advanced turbine technology and conservative siting practices. Modern turbines are equipped with sensors, remote monitoring, and automatic control systems that can pause operations if ice accumulation is detected, reducing the risk even further. For perspective, the likelihood of harm from blade or ice throw is significantly lower than the risks that we face during everyday activities such as driving a car or walking on an icy sidewalk. This has been predicted that less than one impact every 4 million years, statistically negligible. These risks are not only low, they are proactively and responsibly managed throughout the life of the project. This project has included robust planning at every stage: design, construction, operation, and eventual decommissioning. One of the most important of these is our emergency response plan and safety protocol. This plan outlines clear procedures for rapid response to any incident, ensures first responders have access to special training if needed, and provides direct points of contacts for 24/7 project support throughout construction and project operations. This isn't a one and done plan, it's a living document. Our emergency response plan is reviewed annually and updated as needed. It will be developed with an input from and formally reviewed by the Dickinson County Emergency Management Board and relevant district fire chiefs. The project will provide annual training with local first responders and fire departments, host regular coordination meetings, and remain accessible to support emergency response efforts whenever needed. Importantly, this isn't something that's new to us. At Elton Prairie, located nearby, Energy Services has already established a proven track record of working closely with emergency services, conducting training exercises, and maintaining strong relationships during the coordinated responses. RedRock Wind is continuing that same commitment. While safety planning focuses on protecting people, we also take seriously our responsibility to protect public infrastructure during construction. That's why we've worked closely with Dickinson County officials to develop a comprehensive road use agreement, ensuring that local roads are protected, maintained, and restored throughout the life of the project. Before construction begins, we will fully document the existing condition of all roads that may be used during the project. We are responsible for covering the costs of any repairs, necessary repairs, maintenance, or improvements, and we are required to provide financial security to guarantee those obligations are met. Our commitment is clear. Any roads used for construction will be restored to the same or better condition than they were at the beginning of the project. In addition, comprehensive traffic control plans will be in place before equipment deliveries even begin. These plans are designated to ensure public safety, minimize disruption and regulate traffic, and maintain safe access for residents, businesses, and emergency vehicles during and throughout the construction process. Just as we have clear commitments to protect local infrastructure during construction, we also have binding plans to responsibly remove project infrastructure once operations come to an end. Our draft decommissioning plan outlines the process and cost of safely dismantling all project facilities at the end of their useful life. We submitted a third-party cost estimate, which will be updated before construction, to provide financial assurance in the form of acceptable. This plan will be finalized and updated regularly through robust consultation with county officials. Our easements provide landowners the option to retain access roads or turbine paths if they find them useful. The decommissioning plans offer a flexible, transparent approach to ensure the project is responsibly retired. Nearly all components of a wind turbine, up to 94% by mass, are recyclable. RedRock Wind has already secured partnerships to recycle turbine blades into concrete filler and other durable materials, not landfill waste. As the industry advances, we will continue to apply best available recycling technologies to ensure responsible decommissioning. Our decommissioning plan reinforces RedRock Wind's commitment to responsibly dispose and recycle turbine blades. In addition to adhering to the ordinance and the commitments made with the Dickinson County throughout our project plans and application, we built on a number of safeguards and protections for participating landowners through our voluntary lease agreements. Each lease requires us to restore any areas impacted by project facilities to a condition equal or better than we found them. Landowners also have the right to request that access roads be put in place. Otherwise, we are required to treat land to a clean and usable condition within 12 months after the lease ends. On top of our drainage agreement with Dickinson County, leases are required to promptly repair any drainage systems caused during construction or operations. This includes both above ground and improvements such as street tile. Systems must be restored to substantially the same condition or functionally equivalent as prior to construction. The repairs completed in its manner subject to annual inspection and operation repair appears reasonable satisfaction. These private leases protections ensure that participating landowners' properties are protected during construction, operation, and decommissioning, reinforcing the public commitments to the county on legally binding obligations to individual landowners. Wind projects are evaluated under Section 5D of Article 21, which specifically governs wind energy conversion systems, or WECs. This section provides tailored and specific standards for wind development, separate and exempt from general conditional use requirements in Section 4. In addition, RedRock Wind has developed the project in application in accordance with Article 21, Section 3 of the Board of Adjustment procedural standards, and has made significant considerations of public interest. These standards were updated just this last year following multiple months of public hearings, planning and zoning board. It was approved unanimously by the P&Z following the input of the public in the formation of a subcommittee made up of citizens with diverse perspectives regarding the future of wind energy in Dickinson County. The resulting ordinance is more restrictive than what regulated the projects that are already operating here in the county. RedRock Wind has designed every aspect of this project with this ordinance. We need to exceed the requirements in subsections 1 through 15. I'll walk you through it right now. Section 5E, Part 1, location. All turbines in Dickinson County are sited within the agricultural district as required. This includes 67 proposed turbines, each carefully placed to comply with setbacks, shadow flicker, sound, and height restrictions. FAA determinations of no hazard have been secured for 66 of those 67 proposed turbine locations and cannot be built prior to receiving the DNHs. Importantly, no turbine encroaches on public approach zones or restricted airspace. And if you guys have questions about any of these, please do not hesitate to interrupt me, throw something at me, whatever you need to do. Section 5B, Part 2, pre-application information meeting. The RedRock project team has held multiple public information meetings, the most recent of which was held on March 18th, 2025 at the Inn Hotel in Arnold Park. This meeting was advertised for 2 consecutive weeks in both Dickinson County News and the Northwest Iowa Shopper. At the meeting, we made computer modeling available for sound and shadow flicker impacts all human occupied dwellings within the project area, providing access to expert documents. All documentation of compliance was submitted along with our application. Oh. Sorry about that. Section 5D, Part 3, Agency Notification and Review. On May 30th, 2024, RedRock Wind mailed certified notices to each required agency listed in the ordinance, including federal, state, and local entities such as the Iowa DNR, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the County Board of Health. The draft of these notices was provided to the county and approved as submitted prior to sending them out. All responses have been included with our application, some redacted as required by Iowa Code. We incorporated agency feedback into our sightings. Section 5D, Part 4, public hearing notice. Dickinson County zoning staff mailed notices to all property owners within 1 mile. And published public hearing notices in accordance with state law and the ordinance. The project team also mailed additional notices to participating and adjacent landowners as a courtesy. Section 5D, Part 5, setbacks. This is a critical section, and one where our design goes above and beyond the ordinance requirements. All turbines meet the required 1,600-foot setbacks from human occupied dwellings and commercial buildings. However, 2 participating dwellings where written waivers were obtained. Even those turbines are still located more than 1,300 feet away. All turbines are sited more than 500 feet from any occupied non-human dwelling structures, and no turbine overhangs on participating property. Turbines meet or exceed the 1.1 times 10 setback from public roads and grid utility lots. The project also honors Iowa DNR's recommended buffers from public lands and waters. RedRock worked closely with the DNR throughout siting as recently as March 2025 to incorporate those recommendations. Importantly, our siting strategy also addresses turbine density concerns. Turbines are spaced to avoid clustering in a way that won't interfere with wildlife movement consistent with the DNR's guidance. Finally, all turbines are under the 600-foot height limit, the maximum height of 581 feet, and no variances are required. Section 5D, Part 6, permit duration. The conditional use permit remains valid as long as the project remains in use. Our project is designed for a 40-year operating life with plans for continued maintenance and potential repowering in the future. Section 5D, Part 7, discontinuance and decommissioning. We've submitted a draft decommissioning plan, including a third-party cost estimate, and committed to providing financial assurance to the county. This agreement and cost estimate will be finalized with the county prior to execution to ensure the costs reflect the final plan. This assurance will be updated every 36 months to account for inflation in case costs go up and covers continuing rule within 2 years of project discontinuance. Section 5D, Part 8, mitigations of damages to public infrastructure. We've drafted a road use agreement with the county engineer to ensure all road repairs are completed at the project's expense. We've committed to remedy any impact to drainage districts and submitted a draft drainage agreement as well. Our line of sight and broadcast interference studies show no interference is anticipated, and we are prepared to address any substantiated claims. These studies were shared with the Dickinson County Emergency Management Coordinator as required by the agreements. Our emergency response plan has been reviewed and approved by the County Emergency Management Coordinator and local fire chiefs. All mitigation documented is included in our application. We also hold landowner protections in our easements. Section 5D, Part 9, color, finish, and markings. Turbines will be painted non-glare white recording and lighting will comply with FAA regulations. As I mentioned earlier, we are pursuing an aircraft detection lighting system to minimize nighttime lighting and implement any FAA updated FAA standards within 180 days. General visual simulations have been provided to give you appearance of the turbine from a few public viewpoints. 16 turbines were removed from the layout in response to community input and to address concerns about visibility. RedRock Wind commissioned photorealistic visual simulations from Stantec showing how the turbines would appear from representative public viewpoints. These simulations reflect the current layout, which, as noted earlier, was revised to incorporate local feedback. The result, from mostly vantage points, the turbines will either not be visible or be barely discernible. The ADLS system will also significantly reduce nighttime visibility of turbine lights. An example of one of these visual simulations can be seen here on the screen. And I know it can be hard to see, but that is kind of what's here. You can see the tips of the proposed turbines poking out here and there. This display shows a proposed view of what the turbines will look like from Oak Hill. This next slide shows the wireframe view of the turbines and how they are obscured by vegetation and topography. So you can see we have the turbines actually made red, they won't be red alive, I promise. But it just makes it a little bit easier to see when they are so hidden by that foliage and the rise in elevation there on the east side of the lakes. Section 5D10 signage. No advertising will be displayed on the turbines. The turbines will only include manufacturer or safety signage. Examples of said signage were included in Appendix CA of our application. Section 5D, Part 11, sound. Consistent with requirements, noise modeling by Hanker Environmental shows the project will not exceed 50 dBA at any dwelling under normal operations. If there is an issue, we will work to resolve it within the resolution protocol provided within the application. Mike Hanker is also here tonight to answer any questions you may have regarding his modeling. Section 5D, Part 12, shadow flicker. Our shadow flicker modeling demonstrates full compliance. No participating residents will experience more than 30 hours per year or 30 minutes per day on it. For modeling predicted exceedance of this limit, we implemented curtailment or obtained waivers, meaning that we'll shut the turbines down during those hours that the shadow would be cast. A representative from Stantec who led the analysis is here to answer any questions you may have about that modeling as well. Section 5D, Part 13, Complaint Resolution Protocol. We've included a detailed complaint resolution protocol. It includes defined timelines, escalation to the county attorney, and the clear of all complaints and resolutions. This ensures transparency and responsiveness. We're excited to be working with the landowners to ensure this project remains in compliance with the ordinance. Section 5D, Part 1-4, variances. We're not seeking any variances. Our application fully complies with all of the ordinance requirements. Section 5D, Part 1-5, documentation. All documentation for sections 5D 1 through 15 have been submitted with our application, and each requirement has been addressed thoroughly. To conclude, we're not asking for variances. We've met every ordinance standard, followed every procedure, and submitted extensive documentation from independent experts demonstrating full compliance with Dickinson County zoning ordinance. This project was designed carefully, transparently, and with extensive consultation, not merely to meet the minimum requirements, but reflect best practices of modern living. More importantly, RedRock Wind is firmly in the public interest. Dickinson County has already recognized through prior approvals that wind energy serves and advances the public interest, strengthening rural economies, providing stable tax revenue, and preserving family farms. It would be improper to have it included otherwise for a project that fully complies with the county's more stringent modern ordinance standards. RedRock Wind represents a decades-long investment to strengthen Dickinson County's economy, deliver critical revenue to schools, public safety and infrastructure, and support the continued success of agriculture, all without raising taxes or adversely affecting the public's interest. RedRock Wind has consulted with agencies throughout the siting process. We've avoided sensitive natural resources, minimized disturbance, and ensured that drainage repairs and land restoration obligations are backed by the agreements and financial assurances. In fact, in direct response to concerns raised in the 2023 application process, RedRock Wind removed turbines from the project to have further reduced potential impacts and better aligned with community. This project stands not on speculation, but on verified studies, real world data, and the rule of law. There's no credible evidence that on property values, public health, or character. In fact, real world experience from similar projects across Iowa show that wind energy strengthens rural communities over time. At the end of the day, Dickinson County's ordinance is the standard that governs this ordinance. RedRock Wind has met that standard in every aspect. The law, the evidence, and the public interest all strongly favor approval. On behalf of Wind Energy and the 244 participating families who have chosen to be part of this opportunity, we respectfully ask the board to approve our conditional use permit. We're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Joel. The board, any questions for Joel?
Not at present times.
I had one, Joel.
Yeah.
So like during the decommissioning, you know, like the concrete foundation under the tower is what, 12 foot deep?
Yeah, it's about 10 to 15 is what I've heard in the past.
So during decommissioning, is that all removed?
We'll remove down to a level that's identified within that decommissioning agreement. I think it's 4 feet. The reason that we don't remove lower than that is studies have suggested that attempting to remediate deeper than that is ultimately not helpful. It actually leads to greater impact in the long term. And to speak to that, I'll actually have someone here on Wednesday too that can kind of give some detail about our experience in decommissioning and why that is the case. It largely has to do with the fact that you can destabilize the ground underneath, that you're not going to be able to reconnect after, but recreate that soil horizon that allows corn and soy to grow as normal if you just remove down.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have a question about your market impact study I think you had mentioned was done by
Yeah.
somebody. And you mentioned that there's no negative impact and that you've noticed, in fact, some values have gone up on the west side. I understand that, you know, did the windmills that are west of the lakes cause it to go up? I don't think so, but.
No, that's not a point I'm trying to make, that it went up because of it. Well, turbines can allow farmers to have additional income to invest back into their farms, and that has increased property value in some circumstances. It's really hard to identify that one individual aspect of a market analysis actually caused a decrease or increase. Our point is to make that it hasn't decreased because of the turbines, and that's obvious, not only as a result of the data across Iowa and the United States, but also as a result of the assessor's decision not to dock any kind of property near an existing turbine as well.
Sure, that's kind of what I was kind of trying to get from you a little bit is, do you feel that having turbines in your backyard, if you will, would actually decrease your property value? Whether you're participating or not participating regardless, but.
Well, I definitely do not, and the data luckily substantiates that as well. And so there's just no evidence to suggest otherwise. Yes.
I have a question. When you, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought you said it only will impact 42 acres taken out of production. How many acres is required for each of the wind generators? And is this prior to completion, how much is disturbed and then returned to useful production?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. It kind of sounds crazy, but including the access road and the turbine pad foundation, the area that you can pull up to the turbine and move around it, it's on average less than 1 acre per turbine. And that's how we got to that 42. During construction, there will be a larger impact. That area is restored immediately following construction.
You just mentioned during the decommissioning
Mhm.
that you bear all the expense.
Yes,
Cause in the notebook, it listed what it was for each one, but I didn't really see that you were bearing that in the document. So you are saying that that million, whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is the project's responsibility to make sure that it is completely cleaned up. It would never fall on the county.
And
that's
the
why we have-
disposal of the oil and all the things that were listed.
Yes, sir. Yep, all of it.
How secure is that funding? How is it secured?
You guys get to pick what letter of credit or form it's actually held within. And so what you guys find appropriate, that's what will fall.
Does this affect crop dusting? Because we have a lot of crop dusting out in our area anyway.
Absolutely. It's something that we looked really closely into, and we understand that it's a critical part of the economy. In addition to working with crop dusters at all of our sites, I mean, we have tanks that spray next to our turbines all across the state. We've also engaged with the National Aerial Aviation Association. And they are a group of crop dusters, and we've gone to those hearings, we've gone to those meetings, and we put ourselves on a line to try to make sure that we are working with the community and hearing their concerns. That consultation has led to us making changes in our layout here, but also across the United States. We're the first wind company to actually attend and be a part of that association. And nobody wants a crop duster to get hurt. That's never in anyone's best interest, obviously. But it's also important to note here that there's about 70,000 turbines spinning in the United States. And a large percentage of those are on agricultural land that is proper storage. And to date, there haven't been accidents that we've heard about, and we want to keep it that way. So we invite the aerial applicators to come and meet with us so that we can make sure that they feel safe, they have locations, and that if they are feeling in any way uncomfortable flying near those turbines, that we can curtail and power them down on the days that they do want to spray. In addition to that ice and blade throw, we also had an expert look at the turbulence that's created, and he determined that it does not provide or create an unsafe environment. And we'll be here on Wednesday to speak to it if you have any questions. He's a lot smarter than I am and can speak to it a lot more efficiently.
Also, when you said there, you'll return the. road-
Susan, we
There-
can't hear you out here.
Mine's on. When you referred to the roads, that they would be same or better condition than when if you use that. But, how do you determine that? Because, the weight requirement of what it might be, the road might have been in good condition for normal usage, but if you created undue stress, so it created more damage, you'd be responsible for replacing that.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be our responsibility. And how we ultimately will do that is we'll conduct a pre-construction road survey. And so we'll drive every single road that we could move turbines on or components on, and we would have construction workers driving on. We'll actually film it. And we'll go through the entire area. We'll come up with a haul map or haul route. We'll show where we're going to be coming in. And at the end of our construction process and following decommissioning, we have to ensure that those roads are at least as good as before. Any kind of remediation, changes, improvement would be the responsibility of the project to pay, not falling on. And that road use agreement was established in unison with the county engineers.
I'd like a follow-up question, I guess, on the decommissioning.
Sure, please.
Because the environmental impact is obviously very important on this project. And, in my line of business, I've had companies that have gone bankrupt, the company dissolved before a project was finished, but I've never had to deal with the
God
other
bless,
end of
we
things.
can't hear you.
I will start over again. I was concerned about the decommissioning, because environmental impact is a huge issue on this project. And, I guess I've worked with projects in the past where I've had a company that maybe went bankrupt and they dissolved before the project was finished. But I've never had to deal with us on the back end where you got decommissioning. And I guess one of my concerns might be that, you say that RedRock will be responsible, but I don't know if there's a way that the bonding can be such that for some reason RedRock dissolves or RedRock sells the wind farm to somebody else. That does carry along to the next owner or something like that.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing this up too. So within our decommissioning agreement, we have that financial assurance that has to be held for decommissioning. And that is and that estimate is going to be reevaluated every 36 months to make sure that it's accounting for inflation, changes in any kind of structure or recycling rates. And so any company that was taking this over in the very unlikely event that we were to go bankrupt would also be bound and have to do that. But that money would have to be set aside prior to operations actually, the generation starting up the project, that would be held. Additionally, as a quick note, these projects are very heavily, they're expensive to build, but very inexpensive to operate. And so what we've seen in the past when energy companies on occasion do go under or become bankrupt, there's a lot of competition for people and other companies to come in and actually purchase that project because the real expense was to build it. And compared to farming or soy, there's very little input that you have to worry about as a operator. Because the wind is going to be pushing through these turbines and the technology has increased readily over the last 10 years. And they just really don't take all that much maintenance. So they're very attractive projects to pick up. That said, I don't think that we're as a company in any danger, and that money would be set aside in advance.
And just a follow-up question. And just a follow-up question on the environmental impact, if you will. I know you'd mentioned earlier too that the setbacks from public lands and such, you did some of that based upon the DNR recommendations.
Yeah.
And I just, what does that mean to me? I guess I can only trust you that that was the case, and I'm sure that you have it in some appendix somewhere. But I just wanted to if you had anything more to say about that, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of that IDNR correspondence is part of our application, but if you wouldn't mind, I might tap on my environmental compliance and services representative to come speak to some of that coordination. But also you can reference that. I think it's in Appendix C that has the actual letter from the IDNR that states the areas that they were concerned about and that we ultimately met those the setbacks and the recommendations.
And the reason I ask is because I know that some folks may feel, you know, it's too close. Well, how close is too close? 1 mile, 5 miles, 10 miles? But at least you have some recommendations from the DNR, and so that's what I was kind of interested in knowing.
Absolutely, and yeah, they identified the resources in and around our project area that we should avoid and how and what siting strategies we should approach, and so that's what we.
I have one question tonight, but at the end of the 3 evenings, I'm sure there'll be more. But just the one quick question I've wondered about and has been a concern for people is the ADLS. If this is going to, do you think the FAA is going to approve this, or what are your feelings on that?
Yeah, no, I can't say for certain. However, I can tell you that they've approved it at other projects very recently as well. And it's good sense. And so we're more than happy to, apply for it. And so long as the FAA determines that it's safe in this area, that's what we'll do.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it'd been approved elsewhere or not, but it has, huh? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for the question.
Any idea what would prevent them from being approved?
I don't, but we have engaged with a consultant to kind of look at where that tower would be.
You're talking about the radar tower that detects the plane entering the zone.
Exactly. I don't know of anything that would restrict us, especially in this area, from receiving that from where the NCC. But I'm also not a specialist from the FAA area.
Joel, there's always a question about, property values and whether it's how wind those impact that. Did you use local data at all?
Yeah, absolutely.
Appraisers and.
Can't hear you, Jeff.
My question was the property values and what data did they use? Is there any local input? We've got wind turbines in our county. Can you address that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we use data from Dickinson County. It was one of the 41 counties that were analyzed in that market impact analysis, as well as consulting with the assessor here at the county to confirm that there had been decreases. And that's consistent with studies that have been conducted across the United States and here in Iowa.
Thank you.
In conjunction with that, were any of the local realtors consulted to find out what their real life experience with resale in the area or those was, as opposed to pulling market comps?
Yeah, realtors can be very hesitant to put their neck out on these kinds of things, and realtors really don't set the prices. And so while we reached out and we've heard anecdotal evidence from folks, it's not something that we can get someone up here and speak. Say something wrong.
I think based upon your response, you feel very strongly that the turbines wouldn't decrease the property values. And as such, I have no idea, but there may be some kind of ask of you if it was even to be considered this project, and maybe some kind of guarantee that put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. If there's some kind of agreement with the county that would enforce that the property value, if it did decrease, that somehow you make up for that.
Yeah, we'd be really hesitant to agree to any property value protection agreement, just because you can't really tie it to one thing or another that is causing. You get a fluctuation within the market, or it could be affected by floods and hurricanes or tornadoes, pardon me. And it's really difficult and nearly impossible to say, this is what decreased your property value. But I can say assuredly that there's no evidence to suggest that property values go down when projects do. And that's substantiated within that market analysis and data from the Upland Prairie project, in which we looked at 100 random parcels that are within a mile of Upland Prairie installed turbines, and they haven't increased.
Have you ever had any fire concerns? Because I'm thinking something that's almost 600 feet tall and our local equipment, we just don't have the local equipment that can handle something like that.
So obviously, fire and safety is a huge part of what we do. We train our technicians for thousands of cumulative hours each year. I think 2 years ago it was over 42,000 hours across our fleet. And so those technicians are trained on how to address a fire if they're in the tower. They have to operate in pairs and have very strict operation procedures to follow. That said, we would never ask a local fire or emergency services member to go up tower, and we would never ask them to do an inclined rescue. Generally speaking, the rules and procedures and what we've learned with the local emergency service providers, as well as the Dickinson County Emergency Management Officer, is that their job essentially is to secure the site, allow us to work in coordination and make sure that everyone is safe and keep it from spreading. But they don't have to worry about a turbine fire. It's more so just containing the site and making sure everyone's safe. And obviously, we'd be doing robust trainings with those emergency service directors and the emergency crews to ensure they understood what the roles were, who they're talking to, as well as the 24/7 monitoring that we have offsite. The systems that connect the turbine to our substation and our owning buildings also allow us to detect issues in advance. There's algorithms that say, hey, this is spinning too quickly, we should power it down, or put the blades in an angle that it will slow down and do that. And so we're very comfortable in knowing what is going on and how we can slow down a turbine, make sure that someone's going out there to actually make those changes and make those repairs before something bad happens. Sure.
Any other questions the board has for Joe?
Not at present time.
You want to take a recess before summer? At this point of our meeting, do we have any written correspondence?
Just a few.
We do. I think we'll take about a 5-minute recess and then we'll start reading our correspondence.
Thanks for your attention. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for making it. Appreciate you.
That's always a self. She's aware. I drove here from Oklahoma. Just about. Yeah. Let's say it's.
So did you see?
Yeah, that's basically. It's just.
Yes. It's streaming to the calendar, but I just.
They get to new readings, so I found it.
Sorry.
No, I'm talking. Yes.
How'd you wind up? The past. I do, but I can't read it.
Make sure.
Yes.
69 was gone, 13 to 10, so that would be the one thing. New ones on power 69.
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Not even, but close.
no, the only way that they'll talk is if a board member has a specific question and their team has that person. No, we're not getting it. Right. Yeah, we just want to sign it by. Start a timer. The last thing is. It's yours, sweet.
Yeah.
I don't want to start with that.
You know, I actually. Okay, we'll be starting in 2 minutes.
As soon as we get to their.
That's what I'm having.
They will do that, so that's Brian. Yeah, yes. Okay. You take the one that one back.
Go on, man.
This will be a last conversation.
Yeah. I'm freezing, but I have a feeling when I get warm here in just a minute. You just say, I received a letter and I Megan, of course. And then they put all these credits to the record. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I apologize, we didn't have any of the everything. I just realized that we didn't talk about it.
Well, no matter what.
You'll run tomorrow.
Everyone wants to take.
Thank you.
Okay. And item I. did not cover is our ex parte communications. I did have one letter that I received that I brought in, and I had 2 emails. Just for the record.
You-
Yes, I received the letter.
Got it.
And I brought it in the office.
Did you get the letter I emailed to you?
I too received the mail, letter, email, which I did give to Nick.
I see that I had received a notice that I wasn't home to sign for a letter, and I have not since picked one up either.
I also did receive that letter unopened, returned it to the office here.
Okay, thank you. And you said we had written communications. Turn it over to Maggie.
Sounds lovely. Alrighty, April 22nd, 2025, submitted via email, Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, 1802 Hill Avenue, Spring Lake, Iowa, regarding review of noise analysis dated March 27, 2025. Dear Board of Adjustment members, per request of the Dickinson County residents, I respectfully submit this review attached of redacted airborne operational noise levels in the applicant's report entitled Noise Analysis for the proposed RedRock Wind Energy Center.
Please speak into the microphone.
Dated March 27, 2025, prepared for RedRock Wind Energy Project LLC by Hanford Environmental Incorporated, Roanoke, Wisconsin. This review provides a summary of route with details in an attachment. I'm available to discuss by telephone and Zoom. I'm gonna get Acoustic Society of America, ASA, and a member of the Institute of Noise Control Engineers, INCE. With 16 years investigating wind turbine noise and emissions, community noise impacts, and over 45 years of experience providing environmental, technical, consulting services to power generation, military, medical, commercial, industrial, and community projects. The attachment appendix A, conclusion, based on my education, training, and experiences, my professional opinion that RedRock's own noise and analysis data shows that the proposed WEX device will cause a nuisance to at least 70% of the homes located within the project areas listed in the application. The application data shows that the maximum noise level will be exceeded for at least 3 of the dwellings. The applicant does not meet the minimum criteria set forth in the Dickinson County zoning ordinance. Thank you for your consideration of this letter. If you have any questions, please contact me. Respectfully submitted, Robert W. Rand, Rand Acoustics LLC. To the honorable members of Dickinson County Board of Adjustment regarding the opposition to RedRock Energy Wind Project. To your board members, I write to you not only as a resident of Dickinson County, but as someone who cherishes the land, the legacy, the life, and the natural beauty that defines our home. Many of us were raised in a town where the creek of a windmill turning in their basic life, drowning waters and rivers of life. This is a symbol of harmony between humanity and nature, a reminder of the simple values that build our communities. As kids educated, we have to be and proud, and remain a moral compass for our life. It's true love, sacrifice, and taking too much, but something that gives unconditionally. Today, urging to view our land as a giving tree, generous, yes, but also deserving of respect and stewardship. Proposed industrial wind turbine project by RedRock Energy represents a fundamental shift away from the rural peace and natural landscape that defines Iowa Great Lakes region. These environmental structures are imposed by outside interests having not only individual residents, but our way of life. Exhibition and disruption elements starkly at odds with the values of our tight-knit faith and family community. Towards the region must make industrial sprawl to find tranquility in mineral lakes, fields, and open skies. The peace and landscape of the features of our home, they're the very essence of it. Everyone's not for short-term profit or external by the beauty. And who we are and what we owe to future generations. To the members of this board, the constituted utilize this project in its entirety, considering how it is made by constituents who've spoken out in defense of our land, our health, and our heritage. History will remember the decisions made here. I ask you to stand with the people of Dickinson County and reject the RedRock turbine project in defense of our environment, our community, and our collective future with respect and gratitude for your service. And job postcards. I support RedRock. David Depew, Tim Hempel, Linda Hempel, Neil Wang, Rodney Lockley, Bruce Osher, David and Becky Floors, David Wyatt, Vicki Horman, Joe Burke, Mary Baby Furman. There's just those do not have any additional comment. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment in writing concerning the hearings being conducted about the wind project being discussed on April 28, 29th, and 30, 2025. The expansion of the wind project, or wind turbines in number and height and beyond the recommended noise and light guidelines greatly adversely affects the quality of life in this very unique county in Iowa, along with the quality of life. In terms of life, these beautiful ones like this, these turbines also represent significant dangers to the numbers of and nesting bird and other wildlife in our county. As you may already know, the numbers of wild bird species has, according to Cornell University, Audubon, and the National Wildlife Federation has already rapidly decreased in the last few decades. We cannot afford to contribute to losing more of them. Hikers, walkers, hunters, are all part of the local and visiting population that spends time in our beautiful outdoors and we have the right of people to see the undisturbed stretches of landscape wildlife nesting and migrating birds on the simple, peaceful horizon line. Land for everyone. Please, this vote will affect the quality of life for generations to come. We're going to help speak about it's too hard to put our hands and acting appropriately in this Nancy balanced. OGS. Hi Megan, we just want to let you know that we're not here to come in here. Martin and Melinda and Mark. Who may concern my husband and I have been residents of Dickinson County for over 75 years. We've lived as well as in eastern Dickinson County. The ones on the western portion of the county are back now. We may not be more and Sarah, Sally, and Nelson. I support the Red Rock because Iowa is greatly benefiting from wind energy production, and we lead the country in its creation, second only to Texas. We're at the forefront. Let's keep going. Our goals. We need to get serious about climate change. Like Emily, it supports the local economy's supply chain and reduces our reliance on foreign sources of power. Linda, Oakland. The wind project will bring tax dollars to our community. I also favor renewable electricity generation. Patrick Jones. More clean energy is long overdue. It is way overdue. The tax benefits for the county may take some of the burdens off our overly high property tax rates for the county. Gary Boyd. If these very uncertain times, it's never been more important to get this project approved and up and running. The financial benefits and climate protections are needed. Thank you, Laurel Johnson. One, environment, money comes to counties. It is not an eyesore. Maybe we'll reduce some crop tax and never detriment. It would be such a delight. Cecile Rugland? Sure, I'll go with that. Increase of renewable energy, lower cost of energy production, increase of county property tax base. Ray Hemphill. I am dedicated to supporting wind energy as a power source of our future, giving us a cleaner environment and burning fossil fuels. We have to do our part to reduce carbon emissions, and this is a great solution. Sally Wisher. My name is Dean Gunderson. I am a farmer living in Palo Alto County and currently serving on the Planning and Zoning Board for the county. I was on Planning and Zoning during the drafting of the county's 2016 Wind Energy Conversion Systems Ordinance and also the 2022 amendment to that ordinance. Supervisors instructed the Planning and Zoning Board to meet and come to them with their recommendations for a wind ordinance. During the ordinance drafting process, many public meetings were held. The Planning and Zoning Board then voted on their recommendation for setbacks, decommissioning of language in the ordinance. Recommendations included various setbacks and these commercial turbines. I was sent to the board of supervisors for the discussion and possible vote for adoption. Supervisors called for the meeting for many historic peoples and these included Palo Alto County citizens and landowners. Also in attendance were Mid-American and Energy representatives. One of the biggest concerns of Energy and Mid-American was the 2640 setback from permanent residents. They told the supervisors that industry standards were 1200 and that there was no way they could build their commercial property if 2640 or more setback was met. They declared they would leave Palo Alto County. The question I had was who came up with these so-called industry standards? I'm assuming that it's the wind companies themselves. It's like the fox watching the hen house. I think they should set the standards. They want to protect their citizens and let the wind companies that have their projects do the county. They can do it if they want to, if they have the ability and the resources. With this threat from the wind company, the supervisors conceded to a 1500 sighting setback from an occupied residence. This one is planning and zoning's word setback from 2640. Also, one of the solutions of the vast majority of Palo Alto County residents and be affected by the property or the proposed commercial land property. The threat of environment in the county carried more weight with the supervisors than the recommendations of the zoning board and the wishes of the actual residents who they represent. An ordinance decision that others filed to the county located in the northwest four townships. Going to be approximately 495 feet tall. Setback footage from occupied government residents at 1,500 feet. If you drive through the project area, you see some of the residents are surrounded by several turbines in all directions, not a very appealing place to live, let alone have minimal setbacks from these towers that would force on you. I think if any compromises are made in turbine siting setbacks, they should be made in favor of the residents that live there and will be affected by that. The end results of short and how affected residents, Palo Alto County Supervisor. In 2022, the amendment to the ordinance. We changed the setbacks from 15 to 40. Which was originally for all the restrictions in the certain areas of the county development or conservation area and also supported plans for more ways. These amended changes were good. They should have been in the original 2016 ordinance. Problem of changing these setbacks after the fact is that it's too late. It's not doing anything for the people living in the project area now. Now energy companies are proposing 600 feet of color for guns and other additions to their project areas. Largest setbacks on the city for possibly change in response to this changing industry. Some of the problem counties have with these energy ordinances is that the energy companies and developers are not experienced and consider ordinances that are necessarily proactive to these energy companies. Being involved in this process and may be the ways to help companies like makes it easier for the companies to guide the process and help something that they want for their project. In mind, these ordinances are not just ones receiving the money, they make it. As we say, it's all about the money and making sure that make sure the decisions are made and all involved participants and not participants in these projects. And there's like 27 zoning board. Okay. Dear Board of Adjustment members, I respectfully ask you deny the application for RedRock Wind project as supported by Iowa Code 335.5, which directs to secure safety from fire, flood, panic, and other dangers. Protect health and general welfare. During the verification of the county ordinance, it was requested but not adopted that every developer must utilize the latest fire suppression system development. RedRock application indicates that they have options for turbines that include fire protection. Fire suppression system are options. Fire suppression should be mandatory. There have been numerous turbine fires documented and construction of the soil around the turbines. And acres and acres of adjacent farmland. Iowa is just one example. It is well documented that when a fire occurs, the procedures to watch a burn cell down plus speeding leads BPA and microplastics in the area of the soil. Please denying this application and the current available technology to secure safety from fire and prevent the numerous health issues as related to industrial wind turbines. Thank you for your service to our county and Greenfield, Iowa. All right. Postcards. I support RedRock because wind energy is the future and it makes sense. Local tax revenue, ready income for farmers and jobs. Oh, sorry. The other one was Kay Chambers. This one was Steve Swanson. My feelings are if RedRock is doing everything allowed by law, there isn't any question about this passing. If we start down the path of who thinks something is bad or not beautiful, we are starting a dangerous precedent and we are all different and see things different. That's why it's imperative to base decisions on law, code, and jurisdiction only sources. Support RedRock because of the investment they will have in the community by tax revenue, lease payments, and jobs. Mary Borbett. They look to the future for our children, grandchildren. They think for today forward, not the present and past. Shelley Witterbrand. Will be good for landowners and the tax revenue to keep property taxes down. Support animals also. Greg Mark. I own land in section 27 of Lloyd Township. I support the turbine project is another revenue stream for both the landowner and the county. Dear Miss Cardell, my wife and is the direct descendant of a pioneer family that homesteaded the farm around Little Spirit Lake in 1889. We both are saddened by the encroachment of all the wind turbines around the lakes area and do not support the commercialization of farmland for wind turbine projects. We urge the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors to protect our remaining views of our natural lakes by voting no to the expansion of wind turbines in Dickinson County. Sincerely, Michael, and your list, 103-202 Spirit Lake. I am not in favor of the wind towers. They will affect property values. They are dangerous to the areas that they are in as fire hazards, harmful to health, human health, harmful to our wildlife. ugly sight to view, no wind towers. Janice. We're getting there. Larry and Diane Cox want to state publicly that we oppose the 600-foot wind turbines in Dickinson County. This is one of the moments in history that will cast regret and shame to the citizens and officials of the county for decades and decades to come. Great selfishness, lack of vision, and wisdom brings us to this point. I get to fight for the welfare and good of the majority of the citizens who want to keep our facilities beautiful for future generations. Please do not use loopholes and underhandedness and exceptions not very with non-energy companies and the extent of work that is done to visitors who have their lives and livelihoods at stake in the beauty of our living heaven. Stop the destruction and violence against our beautiful Okoboji Lakes area. Hi Megan, I'm submitting a letter that I would like to submit attached. You're gonna have to find that one. We'll come back. I support RedRock because hardly ever stops blowing, might as well harvest in it. Dale Kimball. Use an asset wind for our own benefit. It would be good for our farmers, good for our school, good for our business district, and good for the environment. It would create jobs for our people. It would provide taxable assets that could help with property taxes. Dennis Ross. Wind energy is a renewable energy source and will reduce CO2 emissions. It may make us less resilient on energy supplies for those beyond our borders. Please allow the turbines to be built soon. Ellen and Ron Williams. I am completely opposed to additional wind turbine development in Dickinson County and thought this matter was behind us, beyond frustrated that it's even being talked about again. Sincerely, Vince Cole. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, country life is the best life. I know it firsthand from my experience of growing up in the city of Ankeny and moving to rural Dickinson County in 2016. Initially, I don't know what to expect. I never had lived in such a rural location before, but I immediately fell in love with my life on an acreage. I enjoyed the peace and quiet of the land being untouched by the hustle of the city. I enjoyed it and I struck to say goodnight to the peace of the nature. And my favorite pastime is watching the sunsets with my kids and the peace and quiet as much as you can. Very young kids, but I didn't know this next time after we got married in 2016. We felt there was no better place on our farms. So beautifully encapsulated everything we enjoy. After we listened to others who could enjoy the same beauty value of the beauty of the countryside in a small town and dedicated to start a business. We spent the last 9 years improving this wedding venue and creating a business. Our barn started as a small meeting space that smells manure with no amenities. It has since been transformed into a beautiful venue and so now. I want to begin this transformation with the maximum amount of work for your husband and I to speak to the amount of spending time with contractors, monitoring the wedding, property tours, cleaning the space to get ready for the space, anything or having it is a sacrifice. We once learned the potential of not one, but 67, 600 foot wind turbines less than half a mile from our house. We felt it was important to advocate against the project. A group of local residents, including my husband, wholeheartedly invested their time and energy in educating themselves and fighting for what is fair to not participating landowners. They have a reasonable request to update our current Dickinson County 2009 wind ordinance guidelines. These guidelines are not only to protect residents' health, but property use. It's important that our local elected board members will able to access and do their jobs to implement guidelines that protect residents and the community, not building another company looking to ruin our beautiful sunny county country landscape simply because of an application. Thank you, Carly Jameson, 2020, 220th Street, Tyrrell, Iowa. I do not support RedRock because health issues, birds, shadowing, noisy, crop spreading, lights, planes, ugly, Karen through. As a property owner in Orleans, I would be against allowing this company to continue plans with their wind park. The lakes area is a big part of local water fowl migration. Never knows that the birds do kill birds. You know, several farmers throughout the state that comment to me about the number of birds they see down in the turbines that they have on the property. As these turbines would decrease the value of the properties in the lakes area. Who wants to vacation in the area along with monster eyesores in the background? Please reconsider allowing these turbines to be built. Sincerely, Dr. Drew's shame. We need good electricity and tax money from them. Mary Burke. The rapidly increasing need for electricity in this electronic age requires us to embrace all forms of electricity production. The Iowa legislature is already discussing taking the permitting process from wind and solar away from county government. Dennis Jackson. I support economic and opportunity boost, Cheryl Bolden. And because it will provide clean energy, provide more tax dollars to the county and a greater extra income for our farmers. And that money will be spent locally, win-win, Arlo, Raiders. I support farmers. I am a common sense person who clearly sees through many of the unreasonable claims made by opponents. I am in favor of anything that can offset, reduce the unbearable rate of rising property tax that is happening in our county into that. A member of your OC. BCBS suggests monitoring if you can't afford to live here is unacceptable and sad. All right. Dear supervisors, I wanted to email and express my opposition to the proposed windmill farm that you will be discussing later today. I was born and raised on a farm a few miles of the East Lake and I haven't lived there in years. I still come back home to visit several times each year. The fact that these windmills is much larger than most that currently dot the horizon across the portion of Iowa already, which if approved will lead to the communication of the beautiful clear skyline. The amount of substructure that will have to be built to support these wind farms from winds and storms will be something that likely won't be able to be removed when the life of these windmills are done. And there's also the 99 you can out. I have been near the windmills in southern Iowa as they were operating and it's not quiet. The equipment to install these windmills would also be harmful to farmland and tile as they drive across farmland to access and build windmills. My father has discussions with the company about this and it falls on deaf ears. These windmills are not great source of energy when you factor the energy that goes into making them and installing them. And then what happens when they topple over or start on fire? See images of that I read about at least one lawsuit over maps of as a result of accident. This year, they had the two developers that have a financial stake in these wind turbine companies because there's been a conflict of interest in the foundation of the state controlling it. Supervisors see the whole ways of just practical company behavior. It's a component of the all right, wind energy taxes help fund the DT schools with clean energy, reduces need for foreign power, provides jobs for local people. Thank you, Teresa Fairchild. The project will bring long-term jobs, will benefit the communities from construction workers to ongoing operations maintenance. The project will pay dividends for years to come. Happy private ownership rights, lower taxes, infrastructure, better schools, farm income boost, and Dana Fairchild. First and foremost, we are not eligible for a wind turbine due to FAA regulations, but we do support the project because it is clean energy production, which will bring additional revenue to the area. The additional income for the school districts is very important in this time of economic distress in the school and education. Jack and Sherry Eikenberry. The economic impact will be extremely beneficial for schools, the workers from the project, and the county as a whole. An opportunity for people to stay local and use their degrees is wonderful. As a farm kid, having the benefit of this project on land would be vital. One reason I got into wind first was for the great income I can use to support my family, give back to the community, and help my family farm grow and affiliate. All right. We are requesting that the wind turbine project in our beautiful Iowa landscape be stopped ASAP. We have become fully aware regarding these turbine projects which apply to the Renewable Energy Act on every utility bill in the nation. Is it true that our monies are being used to fund these wind farms and being sent to private recipients? We don't know. Land farm sales representatives and their affiliates profiting not from the turbines but rather from all utility bill consumers where the REA Renewable Energy Act has been added to our utility bills. We request that you would please investigate all the facts on how these wind farm projects really benefit the utility customers who are paying for the turbine wind farms. Are the farms really creating energy and a profit, or are the taxpayers with the wind farms are profiting from and will be paying the REA every single month of every single year per turbine? per turbine. These projects should be halted until further investigation, including the REA, where taxpayers are being forced to pay out monthly, not knowing exactly where their money is going. We, the utility bill pays of these farms, should be fully informed of every aspect of the wind farms as a whole, since we are the ones paying for them. Yet we don't have millions of dollars being made from the REA Act. And we want to know exactly what is buying and who's profiting, because it's clear it's not consumers of the REA. Thank you, a concerned citizen of 10 Act. I'm writing to express me and my entire family's opposition to the building of any more wind turbines in Dickinson County, and particularly these giant ones. They are hazardous to the quality of life area for our people, our wildlife, and our farmland. Who wants to live in or visit a state where all you can see is screwed by giant towers and red blinking lights? People talk about going back to simple natural. There's nothing natural about giant fiberglass wind turbines or the fabrication of installing them. They're giant irreversible scars on our landscape and lifestyle. Please do not come to us. They're in the shadow of these turbines, not knowing what everlasting damage they may be incurring. Has anyone heard of solar panels? Giant wind turbines in the Great Lakes area will decrease tourism dollars, property values, and natural beauty of the area. Fireworks, sunsets, and sunrises aren't nearly as beautiful. The blinking towers in the background. Please vote no. Pamela Dividan. Am I right, Devin? I hear for clean energy, we support the use of wind turbines. We'd also support more regulation of concentrated animal feeding operations, which was already far the largest threat to our community, our safety, and our clean waters around Okoboji. We don't have to go far to find polluted waters around us. My opinion is tiny. I, Wayne Woodley, and my wife Barbara Lindsay are strong advocates of renewable energy and have no problem with the windmills. Please consider the future of renewable energy sources when making any decisions and our future resource. Please consider this request that you reject the RedRock Wind project for Dickinson County. I will be brief. My reasons are for wanting the proposed wind turbine project to fail is for most of the reasons and a long list of reasons you have heard and read many times before. See objections from Dickinson County concerned citizens and the Great Lakes Association. One of my biggest reasons is the responsibility and cost of disposing the turbines that become inoperable. The monetary cost plus the environmental cost. As a resident and taxpayer of Dickinson County, I'm against the construction of additional wind towers in Dickinson County. We currently have 146 towers that will soon be non-functional, increasingly unattractive. We do not need more of these boondoggles. Environmental change may be occurring because of increasing atmospheric CO2. So constructing wind towers on productive farmland is no solution. It is non-essential. The decision to build more towers in Dickinson County is about money. It's concerning that this is notable in our choice. The wind tower is not an alternative energy, it's an additional energy which is relatively expensive and wasteful. With no practical potential to replace the world's carbon emissions. We are misappropriating copper, rare earths, and other valuable resources that were billions of years in the making to construct wind towers that will produce a significant energy for every 20 to 25 years. Insult to injury, towers and infrastructure. Monopolized farmland, which is our county's most precious global resource. This defies common sense. And our 146 aging power stands as memorials to preserve federal tax policy. Those federal incentives to reward businesses and relatively few individuals creating this controversy. Personally, the EDT understand how it on than it is comprehended going on a local level. There seems to be a vast majority of citizens against wind towers, but apparently some elected county representatives are swimming upstream against their constituents' overwhelming opposition. Let's break with the number of questions. What are the forces at work? Who exactly are the decision makers? So does some of the significance need to be decided by our elected officials? If those decision makers sought election to improve and preserve the health of Dickinson County, why are they considering the opposite? Why does the Dickinson County elected officials sacrifice their political career to promote wind towers? Have all of the decision makers declared any and all conflicts of interest? Will they attest that they and their family had nothing financial to gain in this matter? Our county offers fully, yet we are debating additional monies that are not needed. Only transient and permanent sacrifice county resources. The money is not going to be clarifying. If money does not fully explain the situation, maybe it is partially the result of fear and the forces at work against our officials. And so hopefully county officials come forward with that information. My thoughts are not personal or tend to be offensive. They're the result of reasoning with available information. Thank you, David Siggins. Lived in Dickinson County 37 years and I want windmills. Brian Harms. Writing to express the complete support for the approval of the RedRock Energy Development. I live in and operate a small farm in the Lakes area. I have extensive background in wind energy industry, including leading as a college president of the Iowa Lakes Community College Board of Trustees and staff in the further development of their initial wind technician training program, which developed into the nation's leading program. I've worked as a land developer for Apex Clean Energy to secure landowner support for the Upland Prairie Wind Farm, which was completed in 2019. I own land with a wind turbine on that tower. We started the Iowa Wind Energy Association in 2008. I served as executive director for 5 years and promoted the benefits of wind energy in Iowa. I'm writing to counter the positions of BC3 and other opponents of wind energy in the area, specifically the RedRock project. Opponents say the additional wind farm will damage the Iowa Great Lakes. The same was said about the 2 wind farms currently operating west and southwest of the lakes, and such claims were invalid then and now. Wind turbines are hardly visible from the lakes. The real danger to the Iowa Great Lakes is from overbuilding of condominiums and constant additions to more boat traffic and the introduction of invasive species. The opponents' hyperbole regarding the gigantic 600-foot tall turbines and industrial wind farms is completely without merit, since the Upland Prairie turbines are about 500 feet in height. And they don't seem to mind at all about the giant elevators, grain bins, and other tall structures that dot our landscape and for decades. The danger to wildlife is a favorite complaint of the opponents. They say eagles and migrating birds will be killed. A hunt on our farm and can safely say that I see the same numbers of eating birds as I did before the turbine had been sold. And not a single bird of any kind has been found dead at the base of the turbine. Furthermore, being the turbine was erected, we seldom saw an eagle. Now in the spring and the fall, we see as many as 6 eagles perched in the trees. Property rights are another favorite topic for opponents who seem to think that property rights somehow supersede that of a neighbor who wants the turbines on their property. With the setback in place under the current ordinance, neighbors who don't want the turbines are protected. The opponents frequently cite studies that tout the dangers of wind turbines, studies are not research into an issue, but rather someone's opinion supported by frequently dubious facts from such trusted sources as the internet. Research is a thorough process that gathers data about a question and does an extensive analysis of the data to arrive at a conclusion that is then reviewed by peer researchers. These studies that the opponents cite do not equate to research. Despite a recent opposition mailer entitled "They're Going Too Far," that was apparently sent to all county postal addresses a few weeks ago, I received one. Only 134 letters or emails have been received as of the close of the business day. To put this in perspective, that represents only 0.74% or less than 1% of the 18,056 residents of Dickinson County. It's painfully obvious that the opposition to the RedRock project is the work of a few anti-wind zealots. Over 99% either support the project or don't have strong feelings either way, sincerely from the entire PhD. I'm against adding these giant wind turbines to our landscape. I had the opportunity to drive through our county and several surrounding us in Dickinson County over the past weekend because the death in a family. Accompanying my children were appalled at the huge wind turbine situation that is happening here in Northwest Iowa. Our county is a destination for people from all over the country. Let's not ruin it with these turbines. Mary Dunhorst. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I strongly oppose the project for many reasons. 1, irritating red lights. 2, late shut off with 3, noise. 4, effect on wildlife. 5, unsettliness. I can go on and on. Please vote no to their application respectfully. Zoning administrator. I'm writing in support of the RedRock Wind project's application for conditional use, which has been submitted to the Board of Adjustment. Serving as a Worth County supervisor and also as a state legislator for almost 20 years, I can speak from a governmental perspective that wind energy has been and continues to play an integral role in Iowa's economy, particularly in Worth County. Assessed value for 2025 is projected to add over $250 million to our county tax base, including $3.79 million in taxes. The wind energy industry also currently provides many jobs for our local citizens in operation and maintenance, as well as contributing to businesses, living and intermodal transportation and support. The property evaluation of wind projects also provides a unique economic development opportunity to rural counties in Iowa like Dickinson and Worth, which are geographically small, that being tax increment financing TIF. When utilized, TIF can help address infrastructure needs and roads and beach improvements, economic development, site certification, and amenity development and maintenance, thereby helping attract additional residents to our small towns and cities. Utilizing TIF for county's infrastructure projects also positively affects the school aid funding formula by allowing counties to capture the additional property tax value. This creates a property versus state aid ratio change in the funding formula in which the state of Iowa places additional value property tax dollars, which should be generated by each turbine with state aid dollars. From the personal perspective, as a Worth County sixth generation farmer, my family has also seen the specific positive aspects of wind turbine development in our rural communities. We utilize the inner turbine road system to access fields. The road system has been a savior in wet falls, allowing wagons and grain trucks to be parked on solid, non-public roads, saving congestion from occurring on field ends and adding to public safety. The yearly payments generated by the turbines are advantageous to farm cash flows. Appraisals of farms on the market or for other transaction purposes consistently are valued higher than similar properties without turbines. For farm and rural families, turbine income can be an important component in transferring property from one generation to the next. I know from personal experience 4 years ago, after the passing of my father, my brother's income inherited ground, the turbine payments, the scheduled payments, and the contract inherited played an instrumental role in my sensibility to leverage financing to buy an additional 100 acres, thereby expanding his farm operation and helping to secure a seventh generation of Iowa family farmers. Yes, the Board of Adjustment members, please support RedRock Wind project application for conditional use. Respectfully, Merlin Barks. I'm unable to attend the Dickinson County public hearing, but voicing my opposition, I desire that our area in Dickinson County be protected and preserved. We have such a nice, beautiful area. All those that are for it signing up to have them put on their land next to their own homes or businesses, lest we do not to be supporting some foreign energy company. I question if there is a financial kickback the board looks to receive from pushing through this project. Respectfully, Diane Becker. I am writing in opposition to the wind turbine application at a skyscraping 600 feet. Most of us have never seen turbines as large as the ones proposed in the application. The wind tower 3 times taller than the dead turbines in the Spirit Lake School. The turbines we already have on the west side of the county, which are visible through the entire area, are only 396 feet tall, 200 feet less than the proposed turbines. The turbines we drive by on Highway 86 to the north of Dickinson County are only 387 feet tall, over 200 feet shorter than what the RedRock proposal. And acceptance of the proposal would ruin the horizon for the thousands of people living here. Dickinson County has already given up too much of its beautiful skyline for these atrocities. The lakes area's natural beauty is what draws people here in the first place. To trade our greatest asset for ugly turbines would be a bad deal. Please protect the people, the land, the wildlife, the birds, and the beauty of our area. Deny the wind turbine permit. Abigail Miles. The fact of wind turbines has never bothered me, and I'm in solid favor of using energy production that lessens our resilience on fossil fuels. I've listened carefully to the cases being made against turbines, but most of the arguments come down to fear of property valuation and aesthetics. Cases of eagle raptor deaths are widely overstated. Thank you for letting me state my opinion. We are all familiar with the story of the Trojan horse, the cautionary tale about the dangers of deception and misplaced trust. The energy companies have stated that this turbine project will be one of the best things to ever happen to Dickinson County. They're presenting themselves like a wonderful gift to our area. I would argue that the greatest thing to happen to our area is simply the God-given beauty that it naturally possesses. We have an incredible area teeming with life, a diverse ecosystem, birds, wildlife, and peaceful scenery. The wind turbines.
Please
The wind turbines are nothing more than a Trojan horse, seen to blind us with our cloud and our judgment with greed. Once their foot is in the door, it'll be too late to hold back the discretion that they bring. He isn't worth it. And the following generations will give up. Please protect our rare gem of an area for generations to come. Deny the wind turbine. I'm a resident of Dickinson County, and I am writing to encourage you to approve the RedRock project for this county. Give a chance to get a turbine on a farm that has been our family for many years. I believe that the property could be a great benefit financially to our family and to the county and now in the future. Thank you for your consideration, Jeff. I oppose the project of Invenergy. What more can be said when you haven't already heard? No one is truly listening to the residents this project will affect. I listed my top 5 concerns. 2 large wind generators for poorly defined setback ordinances. The project is too close to farm acreages. It will have a negative effect on property values. Rapid land damage, lightning strikes, high winds, and tornadoes. I can't imagine the damage this could cause. All have been experienced in Iowa. Every little short's being blown to the sandy ground. This can and will destroy the whole crop. Farmers will not be able to sell their crop to anyone or feed it to livestock. This could affect the many miles of crop blown by the winds. Who will be responsible for the damage? The non-participating landowners, what will their report be? This will be totally devastating. Fire not only ruin generators, but also get back around them, health effects. This is putting out until they're installed, and it'll be too late. Constant humming, blade whooshing, vibration, and shattering. What recourse will they have? Tax credits, promises that will eliminate its kind of receipt from this project. For 8 jobs, what a joke. Why should a manager not pay the same taxes the rest have to pay here? If I'm an easy business, we should get the ticket to scale. All farmers in Dickinson County are $1 billion businesses. It's a business, because it's a project. Majority of the land is assigned to the measure. 65 land patterns. I heard numerous times. It's about me and I don't live by them. Shame on them. There's one businesses and that is permanent because I for them all for please deny them. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, we would like to voice our support for the Drive project is being considered in Dickinson County and encourage you to encourage you to approve this permit for the project. We have 2 turbines on a bat tower on our farm west of Milford, and we have had it since 2010. We have many issues with them, and the company has offered everything they promised. It's been a good experience for us. It brings income for the health of the county. One brings in the tax revenue, ours generally, gradually, 30%, majority of the tax revenue goes to help the school. Ours employment for many drain agents, and some the employment is energy, which could be very important in the future. Many workers come into community and support our business during the construction period. We're living on a farm and close proximity to the towers and under power behind the lights or shadow. Never knows any dead birds and we have no health problems. The company, which we have contracts with states towers last for 2 years. And after that time, you will either repower with new turbines or restore land to the original condition and you'll have some new projects to recycle towers also. There are many complaints that opponents to windmills have is the area. But in most areas you can't see the lake anyway because of all the condos and our homes being built so close together. There is a difference in that. Tim and Linda have built. I'm ready to voice my strong opposition to the proposed wind turbine development near my property in Terrell, Iowa. Let me be clear, this project is not welcome in our community. Industrial wind turbines cause irreversible harm to the character of our rural area, reduce property values, threaten the health and well-being of nearby residents, and destroy the very quality of life we built. Noise pollution, shadow flicker, and overwhelming visual intrusion are not minor inconveniences. They are serious issues that will directly impact the day-to-day lives of everyone living nearby. It's unacceptable to prioritize the interests of large companies and landowners who will not live near these turbines over the rights of local property owners who do live where the proposed turbine will be placed. Those of us who live here as families and experience this kind of different power, respected and protected. Strongly urge the board to take a hard stand against this project. Allowing these wind turbines to move forward would be a betrayal of the trust we would install in our appointed officials. If you can honestly drive along the west side of Dickinson, you can see the amount of turbines. Just that one side of the county isn't astronomical, and you need to think hard about what the country land is supposed to be about. I personally drove that way yesterday. I can't believe how could soon be in those that are player. And could soon be our children who have to be affected by these monstrosities. Dickinson County did not want to speak of the lands of someone else. It's up to the board to defend the people who you represent, not corporate developers on their profit or expense. Thank you for the time and concerns. I respectfully reply. Any future hearings or meetings related since they lack in case they. Hello, I will not be at the meeting tomorrow night. However, I oppose the wind turbines in the lakes area. I think we already have too many in the area. I do not want to see more. Thank you, Shelley. Dickinson County VOA. I am a student at Okoji High School. I love the windmills. They're so relaxing to watch, and I have never been bothered by the noise. I understand the facts collected from the RedRock Wind project could help our schools. Please approve the project. Thank you, Paula Hempo. My name is Colton Hefner, and I reside in Kansas currently. This summer was my 3rd year in Dickinson County. I'm concerned that my future as an advocate in Dickinson County will be eliminated due to the proposed IWT projects. If the turbines were to be approved, moving to Dickinson County will not be an option. We will look at other counties not affected by wind turbines or not move to Iowa at all. We would look at other states that are more peaceful, quiet, and safer and habits. We love the area so much. I'm concerned with my entire family to Dickinson County. During our sports and activities. One of the job of Dickinson County is possible future resident of Dickinson County is disappointed that the county would consider a project like this. I ask that you consider the impact this will have on current and future residents and deny my that happen. As a landowner in this county, I am writing in support of the RedRock Wind Energy Center in favor of their announced intentions to add more wind turbines to Dickinson County. I believe this will have a favorable economic impact on institutions like local schools. Respectfully submitted, Riley. I've had a personal experience with the wind tower companies on farm land that we rent and have learned that the hard way, that they have zero care or interest for the land, people, or wildlife in our beautiful state except for lining their already fat pocketbooks. I vehemently object to the building of any more wind turbines in Dickinson County or in the state of Iowa. We need to stop selling our state to foreign investors in county, state, and federal government officials need to stop subsidizing them. Direct through Sioux County, and you will see that for wind turbines have an incredibly negative effect on the beauty of Iowa. I don't know how to along and all the airport runway. The Iowa Lakes area is one of the last pristine and beautiful areas of the state, outlet to many high-rise condos around the lakes. And we need to preserve the rural skyline and fertile farmland in the area. We also need to preserve the life that live in our state. There is no way to message the impact of the turbine or any impact turbine affected by the pattern of number there's also no way to measure their impact on animals, wildlife, and humans. But a few minutes of approximately to one of these turbines and we will feel easy and apprehensive. I guarantee. Building of these turbines places extreme stress on the roadways and then adds the pollution of hundreds of semi-falling back to these sites for weeks on end. The building of these sites and the roads to reach them destroyed by land and the left property to field. Quickly can flow water into the drainage ditches and local waterway all around it. We do not need to destroy any more of the richest soil in the county and world. Let's kind of let it be and confidently our children and grandchildren. As I just no one talks about the huge amount of petroleum products that are used to produce unsafe turbines. Trains and their blades or internal parts are not recyclable. How would you like to live next to giant turbines or piles of biggest cutting parts in a tornado or duration? We need to protect its land, its people, its wildlife, its beauty, its future generations. Who wants to live, work, or vacation a sea of ugly towering turbines with obnoxious flashing lights that make enjoying the stars, sunrise, and sunset impossible to enjoy? No, no to turbines. Island decadent. As a landowner in Dickinson County, I'm running to support of RedRock Wind Energy Center in favor of their announced intention to add more wind turbines. My late mother-in-law, Sally Fairchild, was in support of wind energy. I honor her wishes to support this effort. Best regards, Terry Fairchild. My name is Luann Lingle and my family are currently landowners that is included in the proposed RedRock, including 67 wind energy conversion systems. I'm writing to let you know that I strongly oppose the construction of this project. This is not a farm that we've had for many years. Truly enjoy the beauty of the land, the peace that lies, the country, and the breathtaking sunrises and sunsets. My husband and I grew up on this farm. Now our children and grandchildren enjoy the beauty and peacefulness of our land. I do not want to take time to get attracted with big white wind turbines. I do not want my time to be polluted with the flashing lights top of the turbine. I do not want to hear the swooshy noise of the blades every day or I strongly oppose the construction of the farm. The Great Lakes countryside is so beautiful to see, experience and share with family and friends, and to the driving on the country roads. Landowners are truly connected. Construction of 67 wind energy conversion systems that is part of the Dickinson County forever and for all generations to come. I strongly oppose the construction of the project on the following described properties: sections 1, 12 through 16, 12 through 29, 2 through 36, sections 1 through 36, in sections 21, 22, 26 through 29, 31 through 36, Richmond Township, Dickinson County, Iowa, and 81 agricultural district. Respectfully, yours, Luann Eagle. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. My name is Patrick Fairchild, and I am a resident of Dickinson County and a member of the Carroll Community School Board. I live in the center of the proposed wind farm 2 miles from Ontario. I'm writing this letter in support of RedRock Wind development. I do not stand to directly financially gain as no turbine or lines are passing through farmland I own. However, I will be living near several turbines located on my neighbor's land. I believe in my neighbor's right to lease and to obtain wind turbine if they are fortunate enough. The current tight margins and volatile agricultural economics, the supplemental income from turbine and land etc. would welcome to many farmers and landowners. In addition to the revenue stream for the individual landowners, the project will also have an impact on our rural community of Terrell and the benefits of this community school district. For many seasonal residents, and some permanent residents of Dickinson County who don't know where Terrell is located, the small town is in southeast of Dickinson County, neighboring school districts, Spencer, etc. The DT district's tax base is largely comprised of agricultural land, and commercial business, and residents. Therefore, our landowners and few commercial businesses are responsible for a majority of the revenues needed to support public amenities in our school district. Project Lakewood Five is the largest opportunity we have ever and may ever have to increase their tax base and to properly to all property taxpayers. The increased tax base will have a direct impact on all current property taxpayers in the country. Including by spreading the discretionary levies over a much larger tax base. The current discretionary levy for the GT levy, management fund levy, and others that are part of the overall levy. And in order to the impact on our tax base and exploiting agricultural landowners in the Dickinson County, and then the GT will pay around $20 per acre average. With a projected property tax being in 2032 of just over 1 million, that'd be the equivalent of 50,000 acres of bare land to tax base, equivalent to adding to the townships comprising primarily of agricultural land. Thank you for your time, and I encourage you to approve their comments. Support this once in a lifetime investment. The often forgotten Sparrow area and now some of the eastern corner of Dickinson. My name is Dan Wall. My family and I live adjacent to Superior Wind turbines. The distance between the nearest tower, 262 feet tall, and my mom's house is over 1,700 feet. My resident is just slightly further from hers. The distance exceeds a setback of our ordinance, and yet the flicker strobing effect still reaches my mom's house. That is a fact. I was advised of this, but I found it important to get as many towers out of protection and consider the effects of surrounding neighbors. The mine wash and the red strobing nightlights could also be mitigated, but again, integrity and ethics seem to lose out every time. I ask that the board deny my RedRock Wind project. I know that PNC has not listened to the voice of the people. Bodies industrial monstrosities. Dan Wall. I am opposed to this huge project. I feel it will create more problems than it's worth. Kathy Gates. All right. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, I hope to attend the hearing scheduled April 28th through April 30th. In the event that I am unable to attend, this is a letter of support for the wind energy project reference to notice to adjoining property owners dated April 10th, 2025. I am a landowner inside the project area and currently live in Minnesota. Not for reasons I support the project, and I use energy every day and understand that it must be generated. While wind technology is not that impacting, there is any other form of energy production. This project has been in the works for many years and it has the requirements have changed. The proposal and scope have been adjusted accordingly. The tax implications and revenue for the county and local school districts will provide an offset to tax rates or increase in the future. This will be a source of income for the landowners inside the footprint. Those who will build the towers and those who will service the towers in distribution infrastructure. Thank you for your consideration. I hope you will be in person on the night's hearing. Okay. As a Dickinson County resident, I'm requesting a meeting for wind turbine Dickinson County be accessible on the internet streaming forum that can be archived. Many of our taxpaying Dickinson County residents will not be able to attend. In 2025, this technology is available and has been used in the past. All Dickinson County residents want is a voice and full transparency. I plan on attending and will be able to record and live stream on social media if the Dickinson County refuses full transparency. Thank you, Slightly Siebert. Dear BOA members, I'm writing to express my complete support for the approval of RedRock Wind Energy Development. I live in and operate a small farm in the Lakes area. I have an extensive background in wind energy, including. Wait a second, let me write that one. Hold on. This is a letter in support of the conditional use application for RedRock Wind Energy Project. I know that you are receiving comments that can be emotionally charged and even intimidating. This is not one of those. Please look at the good that will be done in terms of local energy generation, help for the school, tax revenue, increased farm revenue for those in the project, and decrease tax burden for all. Just as importantly, RedRock played that role to RedRock in what they were asked to do. Please don't own house now. Is my hope that the well thought out and responsible. Sincerely, Jane Fairchild. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I am asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project as it will be adversely horrible for Dickinson County. My daughter lives near some already existing wind turbines. She told me it is interfering with her phones with lack of flickering when sun is shining. They are being left behind, they're noisy, and it's ruined the landscape. I would hate to look at all those every day till the day I die. There's one over silly rig that has broken blades, has been the way for months. The redlands flashing online have to be annoying. Some parents even move the time after putting them up. Sincerely, Dale recalls. Dear supervisors, I'm writing to express my opinion in favor of the wind turbine project in the Great Lakes area. I am very aware of the wind turbine market. It is a win for the property owners whose land will be sided with typical contracts of 20 years. The cost of electronic generation is lower compared to fossil fuel, lowering residents' utility bills and supplying tax revenue to the county government. Finally, and most importantly, the law must protect the market of the Great Lakes wind turbine for the greenest energy production currently available from a pollution standpoint. They don't kill any more birds than the windows on buildings. They are not a source of electromagnetic waves, and they utilize Northwest Iowa's valuable wind energy resource. Wind energy has been used for decades on farmland or company water. There is no downside to wind energy except the development, the aesthetic of blades turning in the wind. I find it beautiful for many reasons. Thank you for your consideration. I'm unable to attend the meeting in April because of travel commitments. Mark, I don't. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I wish to express my opposition to the RedRock Wind project and ask you reject the project. I believe it is important to protect the rights of non-participating Dickinson County property owners. I have concerns with the turbine heights, visual blight of blinking lights across the beautiful skyline, danger from turbine blade debris, shadow flicker effects for nearby residents, and low frequency noise impacts. Also, the danger to wildlife, especially bald eagles, migratory birds, and bats. I'm deeply concerned about the long-term environmental, ecological, and health effects of large-scale wind turbine developments. Thank you, John and Melanie. Dear members of the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, on behalf of the Chambers of Innovation and Clean Energy, CICE, I am writing to underscore the significant economic benefit the RedRock Wind Energy Center presents for Dickinson County and the state of Iowa. CICE is a national network of chambers of commerce and economic development organizations funded and run by chamber and economic development professionals. Our work focuses on promoting the economic benefits and energy security that clean energy projects can deliver to communities like Dickinson County. RedRock is a product sample the transformative potential of clean energy projects and generating significant employment opportunities and revenues, stimulating economic activity across various sectors. During its construction phase, a project improves means 300 jobs, approximately 8 full-time operators and maintenance positions. These employment opportunities generate significant local services and less economic activity. In addition to job creation, RedRock Wind will generate substantial tax revenue. The project RedRock is expected to generate approximately $241 million in property taxes, lease payments, and salaries. The tax revenue can be reinvested in critical infrastructure projects, essential public services, and community development initiatives, while landowner payments significantly supplement spending, ultimately providing another cause for increased demand for local services and economic growth. Chambers for Innovation and planning approval of conditioning for RedRock Wind Energy Center on the grounds of economic for Dickinson County and the great state of Iowa. Thank you for your consideration and I am writing to respectfully urge the Board of Adjustment to reconsider its role as the sole decision-making body regarding the proposed 45,000 acre wind turbine facility in Dickinson County, known as the RedRock Energy Center. While I acknowledge the board's expertise in zoning and land use matters, I firmly believe that a decision of this magnitude fundamentally alters the visual, cultural, and economic character of the county should not rest with an unelected body of 5 members. Instead, this decision should be made by the elected Dickinson County Board of Supervisors or through a broader public process. The will of the county's residents. The proposed wind turbine facility spanning 45,000 acres and potentially including up to 67 turbines near the 600 feet tall, which transform the Iowa Lakes region iconic landscape. This area cherished for its natural beauty and tourism-driven economy, risks losing its unique charter if industrial scale turbines dominate the horizon. Residents have raised valid concerns about impacts on property values and tourism, as evidenced during the October 2023 hearings of a similar energy proposal. The scale of this project demands a democratic process and a decision by an appointed board, however well intended. The Board of Adjustment's role is critical for technical zoning issues, but its unelected nature limits its mandates to represent the broad interest in a transformative project like this. The Iowa agreement should have led an activity should be changed by elected to voters during for the referendum. The current wind turbine ordinance is outdated for manual turbines, especially influencing accident and climate domain, which further underscores the need for comprehensive review by elected leaders. Two precedents for deferring such significantly unused decisions to elected officials exist. In Woodbury County in 2023, the Board of Adjustment faced a proposal for a 2,600 acre utility scale solar farm in the rural unincorporated areas near cities. Recognizing the project's potential to alter the county's agricultural landscape and the Board of Adjustment during a public hearing on August 8, 2023, explicitly recommended that the Woodbury County supervisors take responsibility for the decision. Board of Adjustment members Daniel Howard cited the project scale and its impact on the county character, noting that unelected members should not unilaterally decide a matter affecting thousands of acres and numerous stakeholders. The supervisors are elected position to make public input and make a decision reflecting community values to advise oversight. The wind turbines are also decided by the Woodbury County Board of Supervisors. However, that decision was made prior to my time on the Board of Adjustment, so I'm not familiar with the process used to make the decision. I was the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment followed this example and referred energy center decision to the Board of Supervisors were recommended by. Additionally, the board to support a moratorium on wind turbine permits until the county's wind ordinance is updated and community concerns. This approach would ensure transparency, accountability, and fairness in shaping the county's future. Thank you for considering this perspective. I trust you will prioritize the democratic process and long-term well-being. Sincerely, Donald Trump. My name is Joan Williams. I currently live in West Des Moines. I went through grades K through 12 in the Terrell school system. I had such a great education there. Through the financial benefits of the project, will be ensuring generations of youngsters to become a great education in a small school. Additionally, this project will bring more jobs to the community, which means adding much needed revenue to our communities. On a personal note, my mother and father, Martin and owner, farm south of Terrell. I witnessed one of the things that is enterprise. My daughter supported because I was realizing the benefits of the wind project. When my mother always said they may not look forward to see it happen, but we hope, Joan, that you do. I wholeheartedly support the RedRock Wind project and respectfully ask you to do the same. Joan Wallner Williams. I'm asking that you reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects the residents of Dickinson County. This project would be detrimental to or endanger the health, safety, land, environment, and general citizens of our county. RedRock has ensured the health and the well-being of the community. Not 100% accurate. They can state in absolute terms that no cause or no evidence of injury to people, and therefore are able to avoid injury to people. The land is not restored when over 1 million cubic feet of concrete is below the agricultural land at the conclusion of the permit and acceptable. All damage during titles to registered and unregistered during titles like the direct damage or indirect damage miles away were not addressed, not acceptable. The Iowa DNR recommended that the Iowa Lakes Region be evaluated to relieve natural critical habitat for wildlife, 3 endangered species as well as migratory birds, species flyway. The beauty, the rarity, extensive wildlife, water, and the land of the Rabbit Lakes must be protected. Such landscape should be evaluated for aesthetic reasons. Think about how it is passing a financial handout from you, the residential, agricultural, and industrial property owners who pay property taxes. You don't get a 7% reduction in value with no increasing market. No increase in tax bill and distribution and population growth for the US plus who pays. The prism is of the tax rate 40 years, no tapped, keeping non-participating landers within 3 mile buffer of this project should be compensated if their property is sold less than appraised value of property without wind turbines in the market area. Annually, tourism generates over 332 million and produces 1,400 full-time jobs that grow in the future. We cannot risk the negative effects on the economic driver for 80 windmills that produce only 13 full-time and long-term jobs. Sincerely. As a member of the board, as dear members of the Board of Adjustment, as a landowner who's involved in agriculture within our county, I want to emphasize the compatible nature of our land project with our existing land uses. The turbines and associated infrastructure proposed in this project will be strategically placed to minimize disruption to farming operation. I can attest that the company has been diligent in working with me, and the person farming the land to ensure that agricultural activities on the farm after the construction. The careful planning of the team at Invenergy demonstrates a commitment to preserving our agricultural heritage while embarking new opportunities for economic growth from the wind turbine that blows upon our land. I keep hearing that all this will strike from the beauty of agriculture. Most, if not all, of the proposed replacements will not be seen from the lake's property. These people are so upset with the beauty of the lakes, and just look at the lakes themselves. All the building of the condos on the lakes does far more to destroy the beauty of the Everglades. Turbines will not stop the influx of tourists to the region. The energy of the wind has been a mainstay of agriculture for years, not in the too distant past. Every time a wind turbine, they were called windmills and were instrumental in early farming. The new generation of windmills could and should be another opportunity for farmers and agricultural. My name is Craig Polson, who lives at 1300 Club Drive, Spencer. Reasons why I'm against the Energy project: we don't need any more wind turbines in our area. They are an eyesore and they don't save anyone money. They wouldn't be installed anywhere if they didn't have taxpayer dollars as a subsidy. They will never replace the reliable fossil fuel power plants. They require the construction of more gas powered power plants to back them up. They are farce. Please don't allow them to be installed. All right. Thanks for allowing the input for consideration. There is enough unrest in the world without creating one. The guidelines for wind turbines are still not strict enough. Dickinson County does not need any additional turbines to mess up the landscape and risk disturb and kill wildlife, possibly people, cause undue stress to people. I can understand if someone wants one for personal use in a rural area, as long as it's closer to their own residence than anyone else's. My understanding they are not allowed to count. People don't want this next door. People in rural areas who do not want large turbines close to their property and threatens their well-being versus the other more populated areas. This type of commercial enterprise is causing more issues than good for the area. There are other types of industries that can be much more beneficial to the area. This will not provide power generation for the area. It will create very few any long-term jobs for local people. Should we put them down in the middle of the lakes? Please think about it. This involves people, not just money. Do unto others as you want done to you. Put yourselves in the people's place that disapprove of these monsters and think about the integrity. Versus 20 years down the road, a junkyard that this could turn into and possibly bankruptcy that would do just that, even though you think you have it covered. Don't leave your legacy as someone that approves it and find out how wrong it could be for the area. Thank you for your consideration. I'm a landowner in Emmett County. I know this project is dependent upon approval of all Board of Adjustments. I am very much interested in reducing my tax burden, and this is an excellent opportunity to do just that. Although the tax levy on energy will provide money to the school districts of Dickinson and Emmett County. It's not every day that an opportunity comes along to have a new business or decide to provide money for local schools or reduce county tax levies. I hope you will not miss this opportunity to improve this project. Thanks for bringing this up. Sincerely, Lynn Long. I'm a landowner in Dickinson or in Emmett County, but as you know, this project is dependent upon approval of the Board of Adjustment. I am very interested in reducing my tax burden. There's an excellent opportunity to do that. Hopefully, the energy tax levy will provide monies to the school districts in Dickinson and Emmett counties. And not every day is an opportunity like this come along. That helps our local schools. It's a very good sincerely being with Per the wind turbine ad, they claim 300 new jobs. Who here is trying to build these? You know, they will bring in their own crews. Short-term money, they bring from hotels and meals that don't last long. They claim 8 permanent jobs, 8 positive health and communities. Impact our wildlife, our wildlife negatively. Animals don't respond well for days. Probably animals have good they raise for broken plates, they like that. As soon as they're on fire, we don't have energy and get something awesome and so good along with the theory. We won't take a pause and Meyer. Not trying to make the hearing, but I most definitely oppose the wind development project in Rockland. I vote no to wind turbines. Thank you. Lonnie's for Cleveland. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I'm supportive participating landowner in the RedRock Wind project. I do not understand how a county could turn down long-term revenue created by the project, the jobs it will create. I fully endorse the wind project because it adds a revenue stream to our farming operations rather than relying on unpredictable end markets. Please vote to approve the RedRock Wind project from Lean Scoop. I am a Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I am a longtime supporter of the RedRock Wind project. My family has been farming in Dickinson County for many decades. I do not know how a county that is being faced with property tax increases and school upgrades to fund a wind project. I support RedRock because the tax revenue will bring the community. My wife and I are opposed to the construction of more wind turbines in Dickinson County. They are eyesores and proposed ones will be much worse. If built, we will be passing on a major burden for our children and future generations. They have an infinite life of maybe 30 years. Because they have a lot of moving parts that will fail structurally, wind and vibrations eventually cause them to be unsafe. We will end up with billion-dollar monuments scattered everywhere. Let's put an end to this madness. I don't know if my first email went through. I apologize. My wife and I are really opposed to building more wind turbines in Dickinson County. The ones we have are already experts and cost will be much worse. They shouldn't be built anywhere in this county. They have a limited lifetime, maybe as little as 30 years. It will be unfunctional due to moving parts failures and structural defeat and vibration affecting the tower itself, and not leaving children and others to dispose of them. Leo conflicts. I support the RedRock Wind project. I've been farming in Dickinson County for decades, and as a corn and beans farmer, there is very little sustainability for us on the market. Having a turbine on our property helps create some stability for my family and future generations. I'm in favor of the wind project. The ag industry is constantly changing, and this is a good way to bring some stability to farmers and landowners. The project will be a big investment in the area and bringing families to communities. We are totally against windmills that are proposed. Linda Carlson. We are opposed to the turbine project. We have lived in Dickinson County for 39 years, and we do not want to see any more eyesores built to deter the beauty of this county. Bryce and Lita Butler. Please, no more wind turbines in this company. They are a blight on the scenic nature of our area. No one would go to this area to see giant turning blades and more flashing red lights. Please, no more wind turbines in our county. Sincerely, John Swift. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I am in favor of the wind turbines for farmers. Farmers need stable income, and this is a great way to do it. The electricity generated may be used locally, but it could also benefit neighboring areas just like our corn and beans do. Thank you, Charles Bird. Wind energy is good for the county and will bring revenue into the county. Thank you for being proactive and helping Dickinson County thrive. Susie Connect. Why would anyone want those big things in our area? We already have too many west of us. Our county board is terrible anyway. We need tax relief here, but they do nothing about it. Judy McIntosh. I'm very opposed to the more windmills in Iowa altogether, especially here in the beautiful Iowa Great Lakes. Barb Peatland. We are landowners in Clay County. We think the wind energy is great for Iowa, not only for huge economic benefits for residents in Emmett, Dickinson, and Clay counties, but also because of the green aspect of it. Of course, we want our Iowa Great Lakes protected, but we don't feel there's a problem for Dickinson or for OG. Just a few disgruntled, unhappy people who are in the area for a couple months in the summer oppose wind energy. I like what I heard Joni Ayers said about the windmills. They can go wherever they want with the land. Something to that effect. Please vote yes for wind energy. Sincerely, Bunny Hitler. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, we need to think about the environment and its quality for future generations to come. There is no need for us to further our resilience on fossil fuels when we have renewable resources available that we can utilize. Please approve the project. Chiselness. I've lived in this county for 49 plus years. We need a new source of power. Fossil fuels are dirty, inefficient, and infinite. The wind energy blows every day, a good, reliable, clean source of energy. I think the condos and boat is strewn around everywhere are an eyesore when it comes to enjoying the lakes here. Wind turbines do bring in extra tax money for the citizens. It helps the schools and other entities who may be slated to get some of the tax monies collected. This is money these groups would not get from the taxpayers would have to provide. As for land values, land will be what someone is willing to pay, as it always has. If you put up a hog or cattle building, they can also cause issues. As for foreign energy companies making millions at our expense, I'm sure there are many foreign companies making money selling this to us. Your oil companies don't make money at your expense. For 30% of the oil they drill, we subsidize all the oil companies that drill. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I write to you as a concerned citizen of Dickinson County to formally urge you to reject the proposed industrial wind turbine project brought forth by RedRock Corporation. An outside developer with vested financial interests that do not align with the health rights or long-term sustainability of our community. While renewable energy is an important element in addressing the Earth's energy concerns, it must not come at the cost of public health, environmental integrity, or the violating the rights of individuals. Proposed placement and scale of industrial wind and installation poses significant and well-documented risk of health impacts. Numerous peer-reviewed studies have raised concerns regarding the aggressive effects turbine generate noise on human and animal health. Sleep turbine is among the most consistently reported outcomes. Below 20 decibels, chronic exposure to sound levels exceeds this threshold, especially during nighttime hours, and has been linked to disturbances in circadian rhythms, elevated stress hormone levels, immune dysfunction, and increased resilience on pharmaceuticals to induce sleep. The 50 decibel guideline recently proposed by RedRock Self-Commission study fails to meet these basic health standards and should be scrutinized rigorously. Allowing such levels not only faces vulnerable residents, including children and the elderly, but it also sets the product and prioritizing profit and national interest over public welfare. The ecological impact of the industrial wind project is not limited to acoustic turbine related to migratory patterns, endanger avian and bat populations, and fragment natural habitats. These consequences are amplified in rural and agricultural like ours. Furthermore, proposed development on unmanned slaves and effectively subjecting them to involuntary environmental and forest stress raises serious ethical and constitutional violations. The right to peacefully enjoy one's property without industrial intrusion is foundational. Any capacity to address the rights is incompatible with our governing rights and values. A call to stewardship and responsibility. As public servants, you are entrusted with the safeguarding not only the economic development, but the health, safety, and moral integrity of its people. The words of Jesus, we are called to love thy neighbor as thyself, and be good stewards of the land. This proposed wind project failed both paths. We are not opposed to renewable energy. We are opposed to careless implementation that ignores science, violates community consent, and sacrifices well-being for corporate profit. Let us not become the cautionary tale of the lyrics of the yellow taxi to put up a parking lot. Let's instead demonstrate leadership by standing for health and nature and for personal rights and privileges. I respectfully urge you to vote no on our gas station wind turbine proposal. Sincerely, Diana Domerstein. Alan Diana Burr, 1124 180th Avenue, Spirit Lake. Why are the supervisors would even endorse such an idea as bad? We don't want any of these things since we the people didn't get the electricity. Thanks, Jean Stevens. I'm a landowner in Dickinson County. I completely support the RedRock Wind energy project and urge you to approve the project so it can move forward. Wind energy is a source of clean, renewable energy and will benefit everyone. K. Christians Chambers. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, as a landowner in Dickinson County and in favor of the wind turbines being proposed to be installed, I feel that they will have a big impact on the future use of energy as they run them past with windmills that about to bring up water. These turbines will be in the country and friends around the lakes. They are the non-policy for our future. 718 Dam Road. Dear members of the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, on behalf of the Iowa Land and Liberty Coalition, we write to you to express support for wind energy and the property rights of farmers and citizens of Dickinson County. We want to ensure that Dickinson County does not miss out on critical economic development opportunities in Iowa. The technology benefits all Iowans, farmers and energy adoption. Harnessing the power of the wind and turbine gardens can and will benefit Dickinson County regulates not only does wind energy generate new tax support for infrastructure, the school districts, local hospitals, roads, townships, emergency services, and more, it would also provide a drought-proof source of income for landowners and farmers. These new revenue streams can help hedge against uncertainties and keep families, farms in the family. Iowa's long been a renewable energy frontrunner thanks to visionary Republican leaders like Terry Branstad and Chuck Grassley, who knew diversifying our energy generation was the family running. Led by Martin Home, ground resources, instead of paying purchase and import resources from overseas. And this helped keep Iowa's energy rates below the national average, benefiting all Iowans. Dickinson County is positioned to continue this leadership and help Iowa emancipate to energy independence and security, which is needed now more than ever. We can attribute a complete amount of renewable energy achievements to our farmers. Iowa farmers and landowners have been empowered by the government policies and practices of family business and state law workers that preserve their freedom to develop their land, take control of their families' energy future. Farmers must remain in the driver's seat as the greatest stewards of the land. They have the right to develop their land as they see fit and diversify their incomes. A poll conducted by the Iowa Conservative Energy Fund found that 93% of Iowa conservatives, farmers and landowners have elected for renewable energy investments. We urge the board to approve the application for an advanced merits and allow the project to move forward. Smelly Thomas, being the field director at Iowa Land and Liberty Coalition, Arlo Bates, field representative at Land and Liberty Coalition. We live directly across the road from where they want to put the lay down yard on the corner of 250th Street and 290th Avenue in Rural Terrell. If I understand correctly, this will be a temporary location, but I have serious concerns about the location of the yard. Our gravel road, 250th Street, is narrow and incredibly soft every time it rains. It is a complete mess to drive on when the frost is coming out in the spring. I understand that we have the loads the trucks carry makes it difficult to drive on gravel and we normally try to avoid it. The main concern is if they were to veer off the road due to the soft remaining gravel or are steep, which could cause a truck with a heavy load to tip. We have an oak fence very close to the road, and if a truck tips carrying a large turbine blade, it could in line to our fence. Another concern would be the trucks trying to navigate the corner, where the outside and possibly the damage destruction. We have spent 10 years building a future for codes and have a lot of money invested into the property as well as these animals. Not only will the added commotion directly across the road cause a stress on the elk, if the line of fence gets damaged, they could easily escape. An elk bull, depending on size, can sell anywhere 12,000 upwards of 50,000. So I'm sure you can understand our concerns with the fence potentially being damaged. I want to know if this company is insured for some damage caused to our property and given our persons from the animals at this stage of the fence. If it were damaged, this is our likelihood of we don't want that to be put in jeopardy. There's a pool around 2 miles to the west that has no one lived in it for years. Could that be a possible location for the lay down yard? It sits on the corner of 250th Street and M54, which is a laptop road, since Julie Clinton, Mindy Nelson, and 280 Street. Okay. Greetings. Thank you for your service to the county and to Iowa. I'm writing in support of the proposed wind energy development in your county. I live in Cedar Falls and just retired from UNI and have taught courses on energy conservation and renewable energy for the past 30 years. I also served on the Blackhawk County Planning and Design Commission, as well as 8 years on City Council in Cedar Falls. As we rely more on electricity for all sorts of things, we have learned that we can produce much cleaner with wind, one of Iowa's native energy sources of energy. The electricity, ions, and other residues can come from coal, which is very problematic, both in terms of damage to trees in Wyoming and Kentucky, but also in terms of air pollution. It says that whenever possible, we use cleaner forms of electricity production, and in Iowa, it means wind energy. Unlike solar energy that takes up a lot of farmland, wind energy installations do not take much land, and farming can go on all around. To take responsibility for our own generation, we can have a wind system, we can have wind tower, wind system does not have any harm and will produce energy for you. Compared to the coal plant, that after it is built, you have to feed it a mile-long coal train every other day and will give mercury and other air pollution to the surrounding residents. Most pollution is related visual. I do not like this near me, which I can appreciate. I do not like this near me. I do not like it in front of my house. Instead, we live in a world of infrastructure. As long as they are not causing harm. A long-term job and economic income or impact of wind farms for local landowners and the county are significant. Energy development and energy strategy of the governor and legislative support of energy and energy, electricity, and irrigation, protects and protects damage to other regions of the nation's consideration. Higher Shannon, PhD. Thank you for your time regarding Red Rock project. I ask you to reject the Red Rock project as it adversely affects Dickinson County and the citizens who work, live, and play in this county. I left behind the endless noise of Milford in search of peace, a place where the loudest sound might be the breeze of the trees or a distant owl at night. This countryside became my sanctuary, a place where the wind and the trees and the sounds of the forest are the only sounds around me. Now the 67 industrial turbines coming here feels like that peace is slipping away. Their constant hum, the flames and their overwhelming presence will shatter the quiet and move search to find. It's heartbreaking to think that this is the reason I came looking lost. Surely there is a way to embrace progress without losing the soul of your countryside. Sincerely, Angela Cook, 2831, Dinner Party. All right. Ooh, that's fun. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, I'm Joan Reno. My wife and I own the northwest quarter of Section 24 Lloyd Township, Dickinson County, Iowa. We are in favor of financial benefits for us and the farm, and the tax benefit, the schools and roads. Employment benefits in the short term and long terms. We urge you to vote in favor of the Red Rock project. Landowner. Hello, please consider the attached letter when regarding the RedRock Wind in RedRock Wind Energy Center. Thank you, Norm Higgins. Everett Lakes hold fond memories for me. I was raised in Dickinson County and graduated from Milford Community High School. Few places in Iowa offer such variety and recreational life. From winter sports to summer concerts, the lakes are special. Many voices have been raised in opposition to the Red Rock Wind Energy Center. One question in particular deserves greater attention. What happens to the turbines when they become obsolete? Critical subsidies will be eliminated, or another form of energy will rise to displace wind, and the turbines will be abandoned. Can you think of a single company that cleaned up the mess it left behind? Some don't even bother to take their names off the buildings. When the turbines grind to a halt at final time, all who enjoy the lakes will be left holding the bag. Aging blades will crash while down into the ground, grinding shards deep into the soil, resting towers to the horizon until the A2 fall to the ground and leaves around them. Many landowners will not have the extensive funds required to remove the turbines and restore the sites. Listening turbines will become permanent eyesores. Ultimately, farmland and sites will be devalued, which in turn will depress the tax base. Industrial play will also affect the metro outlook of residents and visitors because it will be visible across the Dickinson County landscape. Not one will be able to escape it when we're back ages to disguise. What will distinguish Dickinson County from the landscape and smaller communities marked by empty factories? Deterioration will send a depressing message, namely to keep driving as it is not attractive living or building a life. Board members, please don't let it happen. Dickinson County can be protected as a gem. It is for future generations. Rejecting the Red Rock project is the best thing to do. Thank you for your consideration. Norm Higgins, 2216 East 200 Franklin, Indiana. All right. Dear Dickinson County Commissioners, I am writing to you in support of granting the conditional use permit for the Red Rock Wind project in Dickinson County, Iowa. Our company represents a landowner who owns 80 acres of farmland in Dickinson County and is in the footprint of the Red Rock project. It is my understanding that these new energy projects will generate a good amount in taxes and revenue each year. The conditional tax revenues are the main reasons I think the conditional use permit should be approved. These additional tax revenues could offset some of the real estate taxes assessed to the county farmers and provide additional revenue for schools, roads, and services. Another reason for my support is the influx of money into the local economy. An influx of workers spending money at local restaurants, hotels, and stores during the development and construction phases provides the huge influx of cash. In addition, there will be good paying jobs for technicians and maintenance support after the turbines are up and running. Rural communities have struggled to keep youth from moving away from home. The downturn in farm income levels will have a negative effect on young farmers being able to return to the family farms. While the winter monsoon may not be the summer to solve each of these problems, I believe it is irresponsible to overlook the benefit it can provide. We manage farms in north central Iowa as well. Wind development has been occurring in this area for many years. Many of these projects were also approved with resistance by local residents who appeared changes would do the aesthetics of the landscape and the personal enjoyment of the property. However, over time, those feelings diminish, no longer benefits to provide that outweigh the negatives. Hotels and restaurants are still full, energy company employees are enrolling their children in school. County and towns have additional tax revenues to cover neighborhoods, higher education and building schools. And I hope the commission approves the conditional plan and allow energy development to continue its Michael Koopman's eccentric. I'm a resident of Spirit Lake, Iowa. I've lived here 9 years. We were farmers for 3 years living south of Terrell. I do not like the windmills for a number of reasons. I don't think that beneficial and hard to dispose of. I don't like the noise or the beautiful land covered in ugly asphalt. I vote no to Lord's Craft. I'm requesting that you reject the RedRock Wind Energy project for the many reasons others have cited. My main overall reason is the irreparable harm the 67 near 600-foot wind turbine units simply packed will do to the health of the residents and the wildlife living near them, the natural environment, the aesthetics, the future of our county, the squandering of our precious unique beauty and natural resources and habitat, which is a major economic driver for our county, and a legacy to protect. Cannot be compared to the corporate absentee power by law. Please say no. Sincerely, Hannah Jordan, Dickinson County Board of Supervisors, 2003 to 2020. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, RFR FM Corp. Is located in the RedRock Wind project development area that fully supports the project and associated environment and economic benefits. Carol Woodward, Secretary. Okay. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I'm writing to respectfully urge you to deny the approval of the RedRock Wind project. I share the serious concern that others have raised and believe the project would cause lasting harm to the Iowa Great Lakes area. Industrial wind turbines bring constant noise, flashing lights and shadow flicker that would disrupt the peace and natural beauty we treasure. Many areas across Iowa have already been heavily impacted, and those who drive through these regions know the physical and visual terrain turbines create, including headaches and migraines from the nonstop lighting. The damage goes far beyond aesthetics. Turbines put local wildlife, especially birds and bats, at risk and improve essential farming operations like crop dusting and drainage systems. He also increased fire and noise, place heavy stress on our roads and bridges, and leave behind massive waste when parts fire down or break down. Or breakdown. While renewable energy development is growing, we must acknowledge the current wind technology causes more harm than good in places like ours. Dickinson County deserves a better than to be burdened by negative impacts of this project. Please protect our community, our farmland, and our future by rejecting the project. Thank you for considering the voices of concerned residents who for your respond or write to me at 10 East Upper Street, Iowa City, James McLaughlin. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I am writing to express my support for the RedRock Wind Energy Center. My perspective on this project is unique. As an employee with Wind Test North America, I understand the great importance of providing employment opportunities for the Iowa Great Lakes Community College and independent students in the Lakes area. Iowa Lakes provides Northwest Iowa students with an exceptional educational opportunity, allowing them to stay close to home. The RedRock Wind Energy Center allows them to continue living and working in their own community. Additionally, my husband and wife are wonderful teachers in the Ventura School District. The project is set to generate financial benefit to GT schools and surrounding community school districts alike. The economic times has received the sort of revenue as the pipeline of all the schools are looking for. I encourage you to keep things in mind and vote yes for the technology. Thank you for your consideration and best regards. Jim Health Wind West North America. For the wind turbine ad, they claim 300 new jobs. Who here is trained to build these? You know, they won't bring their own crews. The short-term money they bring from motels and meals doesn't last long. They claim 8 permanent jobs, 8 outside community. This will also impact our wildlife and farm ready. Animals don't respond well to these. How many gallons of oil are needed to run to maintain them? What will they do with the broken blades? How long will they last? I think some turbines smoking on fire. They're not green. They're an eyesore. They'll have to rot somewhere on a chunk of land to be burned. They won't decompose in our lifetime. Change our birds, damage your ecosystem. is good now, and Miller has expired. The RedRock Corporation out of Chicago is attempting for the second time to install the countertop windmills that are 600 feet high in the Oklahoma area. Please stop this windmills are an eyesore everywhere. They've been around, but it's safer, beautiful, like, oh, yeah. Thank you for your consideration, yes. Members of the Board of Adjustment, I only am in Dickinson County, Carroll County, and I'm not scheduled to have a wind turbine on my land. I own but fully support the project, the proposed wind project in Dickinson County. I also served on the Carroll County Board of Supervisors for over 24 years. During this time, several wind turbines, 132 were erected in Carroll County. The wind turbines have another great assets in North County. In fact, during the 7-year period, they had generated over 1,962,600 which is property tax savings. You can see significant projects like the water. February 29th, all people who look back years by our lands. Sincerely, Neil Brock. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, no, I'm asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project. How many different ways and times can you say no? The photos of dead whales and marine life on the Atlantic seaboard should be enough against all wind projects. Whales are mammals and we are mammals, nothing else needs to be said. If wind energy is so great, water tech giants like Meta, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft turning to next gen nuclear data centers, why is Bill Gates establishing nuclear startup companies to support AI data centers? Wind energy poses some serious environmental risks to wildlife and humans. Let's also mention the elephants in the room. Dependency on mining 95% of rare earth materials, land crabs, and perfect storm for man-made famine. What is the vision for the current generation and future generations living in this toxic wasteland created under the pseudonym green energy? All funded by the taxpayer. The only thing green about this initiative is the greenbacks going into the pockets of RedRock Wind energy and the politicians. Everyone supports alternative energy, but this one is not it. Sincerely, surely default. My family owns farmland in Dickinson County, Iowa, and I support RedRock because it supports the local economy chain and reduces our land for sources of power. We support the RedRock Wind Energy Project. It will be a financial windfall for Dickinson County and tax revenue that the county has never seen before. Lowering tax burden and electric bill will put more money in the pockets of local residents, allowing them to support the community in more ways year round. I am fourth generation farmer living in Dickinson County who worked on the windmills all day long. The windmills were a necessity to pump water to our house. Watching the windmills turn was an everyday part of life, symbolizing farmland in Iowa. There are windmills all around the state. Properties of landowners who have elected taxes to turn out to do on their land as long as it follows legal regulation. This should be no different here. When you own land, it's your land to do as you wish. You can't deny this for individuals who are not doing anything illegal. Windmills will assist the local schools financially, getting our students better educated. How can you deny this? It will put more money in residents' pockets, allowing them to support local businesses even more. How can you deny this? The biggest reason people are leaving who are not wanting windmills is aesthetics. They don't like the way it looks. This is just silly industrial because in cities are not pretty and producing hacks. $1 billion condos block use of lakes are allowed and why? So people can make big bucks, not save money, or profit them. Finally, there's no statistical factual research that proves windmills are harmful to one's health. Mayo Clinic, one of the most trusted names in medicine, backs up this claim. Windmills signify ruling in Iowa, and regulations are followed, they should be Robert Teresa. For the members of the Board of Adjustment, my wife and I recently retired, relocated to the Lakes region. Like many others, there is natural beauty and environmental stewardship are among the reasons for relocating here. Our previous home was on hilltop west of Des Moines and a countryside bit that is out west. 7 years ago, a turbine project was built near Stewart, Iowa, 15 miles southwest of the house. We could see that turbine from our field of our home, and we're fed by the sea of lights. Sea of flashing red lights visible from our deck. Peaceful vista was severely tainted. In 2021, after a lengthy search, we purchased a home site at 1754 260th Avenue in preparation for our retirement. We have since constructed a shop building and now have a very substantial investment in the property. Prior to purchasing the site, I called the Dickinson County Zoning Office and inquired about any plans for turbine fields in the area because we did not want to live near one. I was told there was always talk of such developments, but nothing was in the process, and in fact, RedRock was actively land leases. My site is across the street from Arbor Oaks and Acorn Ridge, which is a countryside view of DNR land, crop fields, pastures to the east and south. If the proposed industrial scale development is allowed, this view will include many other proposed turbines. We do not build a home on the site because the property wind field resulting in loss. Okay. We did not build a home on the site because of the proposed wind field resulting in a loss of tax revenue to the county. This project will be enjoyed for the use and quiet enjoyment of our property, and I ask you to deny the conditional request. The DNR, Iowa Heritage Foundation, Pheasants Forever, Ducks Unlimited, and various associations make substantial investment in efforts to preserve the natural beauty of the lake's improvement. The proposed industrial wind field, the towers will be visible up to 20 miles away, is counterproductive to these efforts. We harmful to the well-being of our population. Please preserve the natural beauty of this region and protect the wildlife by denying the conditional use request. I'm also asking the BOA to give their credence to the input and desires of Dickinson County residents and voters who will be most affected by the wind farm. Absentee landowners see the potential leasing challenge and have to live with the many negative aspects of the industrial project. Please deny the conditional use request was copies submitted. Dickinson County property owner James Townsend. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, NGR FM Corp is located in the RedRock Wind project development area and Board of supports this project and associated environmental economic benefits. James Reaper. I'm asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project for the following reasons: impact on agricultural operations, including taking farmland out of production permanently due to tons of concrete being used for turbine foundations. There's no real recycling solution for turbine blades, so the majority end up in the landfill. This will add millions of tons of waste to landfills. Decommissioning wind turbines is very expensive. While this encourages turbines to be abandoned, shedding toxins from wind turbine blades, will consumers be responsible for the cost of extensive repairs to wind turbines damaged by natural disasters? The effects of wind turbine noise, shadow flickering, electromagnetic fields to humans and animals. Parents here on roads and bridges due to heavy. There is no accountability for killing migratory birds, eagles, and bats. Why does the wind industry get a pass? Warren Buffett sounded up. For example, on wind energy, we get a tax credit if we build a lot of wind farms. That's the only reason to build them. They don't make sense without the tax credit. Copy submitted Laura Leaf. When you drive across Texas, you see oil well. Well, why? Because that's where the oil is. When you drive across Georgia and Alabama, you see lumber mills. Why? Because that's where the forests are. When you drive across Iowa, you see fields of corn and beans. Why? Because that's the crop suitable for our soil and climate. Those crops brought the ethanol plants and the livestock. Businesses go to where the resources are. Here in Iowa, we also have wind. 25 years ago, I didn't have cell phone, internet, Wi-Fi, smart television, smart refrigerators, heating door bells, electric vehicles, or heating discussion centers. And we use most of these daily. We don't produce any of these here. Yet we all expect the lights to work when we flip the switch, while everything else runs behind the scenes all the time. Saying the electricity produced here should stay here, as I say in the grocery store should only stop while we work here. No one has a right to a view, but everyone has an option. You look at the public house. Get built another condo blocking the lake view from everyone. I believe is a wind resource. I believe that as our electricity consumption goes up, our production should continue. As property taxes continue to rise, the economic impact. Profits will help you in check and help contribute. For future school or other bond issues, I believe the landowner should have a say about how to use their land without benefit so that they're paid for our land, don't work on land. And finally, I believe that since 146 existing wind turbines in Dickinson County since 2009, that is significantly impacted tourism fishing, where playtime at the aggregate rate should be another 67. Won't either. 80% wrong. Dickinson County Board of Adjustments, I ask you reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects the residents and visitors in Dickinson County. I'm writing to express concern over the ongoing discussion surrounding the proposed wind project in Dickinson County. It has become increasingly clear that a significant majority of residents stand firmly opposed to this project. While there are individuals who supported the opposition, voices are numerous, organized, and deeply rooted in a desire to protect our community's character, health, and landscape. In a county where a majority rule is a longstanding principle, it is essential that the will of the people be respected. The strength of a democracy lies in listening to its citizens, especially when an overwhelming number have made their decisions known. We urge the board to recognize the majority stance and reconsider the project in light of the clear and showing public opposition. Thank you for your support and your seat. As residents in Dickinson County, we would show support for the RedRock Wind Energy project. We feel responsibility to support efforts to take advantage of clean energy. We also believe that Dickinson County will benefit from taxes from the project. RedRock has tried to do everything by the book. They've also made changes to make changes as requested by the county. Please vote to support this project. William Sanderson, Nancy Sanders. All right, dear members of the Board of Adjustment, my name is Jeannie Ike and I reside with my husband and our 9-year-old twin daughters in Dickinson County, Lloyd's Township, Section 2, just 2 miles north of Terrell, Iowa. We have called this peaceful countryside home, a place that Ike family has cherished and cared for since 1966. For the past 6 years, I have had the privilege of serving our community as a licensed real estate agent in Iowa, closing 301 real estate transactions with my office here in Dickinson County. The experience gives me a unique first-hand perspective on the values that draw people to the area and rents to draw them in. The proposed location for an energy 67 wind turbine could not simply surround our family's acreage. It would permanently change the landscape and character of Dickinson County for generations to come. These towering characters will be visible for miles in every direction, replacing the open sky for full beauty that would define who we are as a community. Just last May, I had over the section of land where 2 turbines are now proposed with counts of section 3. This is not an and again, I often see eagles, hawks, deer, and countless other wildlife that still flourish right here, right next project area for the 67 turbines. What happens to new heritage on the fields? They roam or replaced by massive industrial machines. As someone who works today with buyers considering moving to Dickinson County, I have complete confidence the presence of wind turbines is a major determinant factor in energy hire and appraiser who claim turbines have no effect on land value. All due respect, Dickinson does not trying to put down roots here. I do hear the concerns firsthand. Many buyers will not even consider properties visible turbines. This project will not just impact a few individual homeowners at risk of growth and lowering the desirability of Dickinson County as a whole. This is not just about today, it's about the community, we are doing for our children and grandchildren. Surrounding our homes, farms, and fields with turbines is not progress. It's a permanent disruption to the peace, property values, and entropy, and will land the generations before us for hard to protect. I recently watched a video recording by another living near turbines. The constant whoosh of the blades outside her home was undeniable. She shared how the fuel is to a simple pleasure thing because it seems like mention of this have to put a good turbine. If a lot of the project will force hundreds of the same daily intrusion on their lives are problematic. So many of these schools come from absentee landlords who stand to profit but will never have to live with the consequences. Today, I urge you to listen closely to the people who live here in Dickinson County, the families who work here, raise their children here, plan to pass down their way of life to future generations. Please stand up and citizens who call Dickinson County home and not be outside of development landscape. The way of life for our lost are lost forever. Thank you for your time. To the Jeannie. Sir, it seems fair argument can be advanced that your wind project will help mitigate the very high property tax expense in Dickinson County. Perhaps the Dickinson County supervisors could even see fit to lower the tax levy to the figure used before the county-wide radio purchase. Jim Rosendahl. As a landowner in the area involved with the RedRock Wind project, it's a list project and the environmental and economic benefits it provides. Carol Reaper. I would like to take the opportunity to express our support for the RedRock Wind project that has been proposed in Dickinson County. We believe the naturally abundant wind in our area represents a unique opportunity to provide abundant clean energy for present and future generations. We are proud that Iowa is a leader in energy generation in the United States, which to be an increasingly important long-term alternative to fossil fuels. Wind energy generation can be a valuable financial asset for landowners with its beneficial revenue stream and relatively minimal impact on agricultural production can completely benefit to the entire community is a significant tax revenue generation opportunity for conveyance for local schools and other important public infrastructure. We recognize that the project has been subject to much dialogue and agreement, thoughtful compromise and careful consideration. It's our understanding that the scope of the projects has been changed to alleviate concerns voiced by some neighbors. We believe this is exactly how important public decisions should be made in listening to each other, thoughtfully processing the information and making timely decisions that benefit the county. We believe renewable energy is vital for the long-term well-being of our state, country, and world, and is worthy of the careful analysis, discussion, and implementation of policy that you're doing in service to the community. We feel that our land is a potential site for urban turbine. We look forward to seeing the completion of the project with the promise of many years of clean, efficient energy production. Susan and Stephen connect. RedRock is proud of stating, RedRock is proud of stating with 12 interested people nearly 20 years ago. Now they have 202 willing participants who have signed leases for the wind turbine project to be on their land. Bill Gates, it's estimated that there are over 18,000 residents in Dickinson County. Are we going to allow a little over 1% of the population to control what the vast majority of houses? In 2023, of the 50 people that I personally talked to concerning the wind turbine debate, only 2 did not sign a petition opposing them, only because they were unaware and uninformed. The rest were going to voice their opposition to the turbine and sign a petition. In countries that have many years of real-life experience living with and observing wind turbines, the very real negative impacts have the very real negative impacts have become undeniable. The catastrophic burden of these massive turbine land grabs stare us in the face. There is a growing global rejection of Dickinson's and promises. Hiding the downside is cutting up with them. Listen to the people. Most don't want these in our backyard and our beautiful, unique, and rare Iowa Great Lakes. We don't want that. Wildlife does not want them. Land does not want them. Please do not cancel for all the activities of RedRock and energy and projects. Thank you sincerely, Rick Miles. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, please say no to the RedRock Wind project because of its long-term effect on a beautiful county of Dickinson and our especially beautiful scenic Great Lakes of the Midwest. Not only is this project a blight on our landscape, but it also could have been a disastrous effect on the tourism industry. And the typical short-term income due to the limited 20-year useful life must be considered with the current as well as the long-term after effects that will result. 1, to the farm land due to the concrete in the ground, plus the soil compaction due to the roadways. 2, to the environment, to the noise, and nature's creatures, human and animal, particularly birds, eagles, etc. 4, to our health due to emissions. 5, to existing commerce, hazards to crop spraying, etc. 6, to the area effects of the nighttime blinking red lights. And why do we pay for the supposed privileges sending all of these generated power out of state? Wind and solar powers are 2 of the most unreliable sources of generating power and the most expensive. Why should we let someone destroy the beauty of our countryside for someone else to profit? Should it mean this should be an easy no from all board members to observe Dickinson County to protect its citizens and to provide living for those who live here. Sincerely, Sandra L. Swanson. Alright, Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I'm writing to voice my support in favor of the RedRock Wind Energy Center. Wind energy has benefited communities across Iowa for 30 years, contributing millions of dollars directly to schools and tax revenues for counties to allocate for community services and infrastructure improvements without increased taxes on residents. Over 60% of the state's energy comes from wind. When we produce more energy than we need, we are able to sell it and export it just like any other crop. Wind, on the other hand, is harvested all year round and offers diversification for farm operations that are not vulnerable to market conditions. I am a farmer and I know firsthand how bad commodity prices have been, not to mention all the hard work by Iowa's food producers. But we want to increase our resources and offer significant benefits that positively impact our lives. I encourage you to seriously consider this question. You can make your votes. Thank you to make gas or we conserve the energy for. In the County Board of Adjustment, we respectfully urge you to reject the RedRock Wind project, which threatens the very qualities that make Dickinson County such a special place to live and visit. A few years ago, we moved to Spirit Lake to enjoy scenic beauty and natural tranquility we remembered from our youth. This was our retirement destination, a place of peace, quiet, and unspoiled landscapes, massive industrial wind turbines, each turbine 600 feet, but it irreparably scarred that view. These structures dominate the horizon, visible from over 19 miles away. They are not just tall, they are intrusive and ever-present, getting light flickering and flashing across the long skyline. The RedRock proposal was requested the aesthetic cost, the energy and is not is biologically significant, but also visually unique. Its rare landscapes, abundant wildlife, and a place that should be protected from industrialization and improvements with permanently the very character of the area that draws tourists, supports local businesses, and defines our community. This cannot be overstated as decline in the 322 million annual tourism economy would mean millions lost each year, money that would no longer support local restaurants, lodges, small shops, and jeopardize the 1,000+ tourism-related jobs that are the backbone of our economy. Property values can also take a major hit, so they show homes near wind farms can lose 10 to 20% of their value, which would devastate homeowners in a county where lakeshore properties are part of our tax base. It's also important to recognize the financial structure behind these projects. The wind industry relies heavily on federal tax credits and local property tax concessions to remain viable. In fact, without these subsidies and multiple projects, including RedRock, would not be financially feasible. The large profits come not from selling power, but from selling tax credits and benefiting from long-term tax reductions. Meanwhile, landowners and counties most directly affected receive the least. So yes, why would Dickinson County risk the long-term health effects of tourism, economy, property tax base, and scenic integrity for projects driven by outside profit and temporary gains? Those costs, visual, environmental, and financial, are simply too high. Please protect the evergreens in our economy and our shared landscape to not RedRock projects. First, enjoy your. I would like to ask to deny the RedRock Community Wind application. I am strongly opposed to any more wind turbines in our area. It would ruin the scenery and in the market for a house and will not be able to purchase one with a view of wind turbines. Please preserve Dickinson County for the majority of the people that live here because of the area's natural beauty. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I'm writing to express my strong support for the RedRock Wind Energy Center. This project is not only a significant step towards sustainable energy, but a vital catalyst for economic growth. The benefits of this project, particularly in terms of local job creation and increased revenue, are substantial and will have lasting positive impact on our region. From construction to ongoing maintenance, skilled workers will be needed to ensure the project's success. During construction, RedRock will support the 300 local construction jobs, up to 8 full-time operations and maintenance staff when the project goes online. The estimated $241 million in tax revenue generated from this project will enable the community to invest in critical infrastructure, or critical public services and infrastructure. Improve schools, healthcare facilities, and transportation networks are just a few examples of the potential enhancements that could be funded through the additional tax income. The increased financial capacity will not only improve the quality of life for residents, but also attract further investment and development in the area. RedRock Wind Energy offers a unique opportunity to bolster our local economy through job creation and increased tax revenue. I wholeheartedly support this and encourage its approval and implementation. Thank you, Mike Carter, your future Iowa Outreach Director. As a property owner and lifelong resident of Dickinson County, I strongly oppose the application of windmills in Dickinson County. There are many reasons not to litter or pollute our lakes area landscape with 600-foot tall windmills. Here are some of my concerns about the industrial wind farms. The visual pollution from windmills during the daylight hours are not pleasing for the surrounding area. As a resident, I don't want to have to see these massive structures floating up before events and creating the area consider my deck overlooking the lake and not have a polluted skyline. If this application is approved, that will change for me and my neighbors forever. We have so many tools in the county area to enjoy the peacefulness of the lake. We will not destroy that peacefulness. The visual pollution from the windmills during the nighttime hours will become a sea of flashing red lights. Windmills that are in western Dickinson County can easily be seen every night in the lakes. That's what happening east and south sides of Dickinson County. Sometimes these windmills will destroy the tranquility of my property. Releases of migratory water, and other migrating animals. The danger, huge spinning blades, and still on the wildlife and kind of taking into consideration. I watch 2 eagles fly, hunt, and nest around the east side of East Lake almost daily. Let's not create an environment that would not allow the majestic eagles to safely fly, hunt, nest, or eat and stay in the Okobojies. Do not grant an energy project to the permit to build. Being involved in the farming operations in western part of Dickinson, firsthand experience the downside of the Arkansas. On the constant whoosh of the blades, that they are loud and more lands like that, there are oncoming traffic that I could not see. Only to realize there's just a noise of place, the disruption of cell phone signal, two-way radio operation, fire machinery issues, and even an exception. Windmills are not easy to farm around. The difficulties of navigating around the tower with large equipment add a lot of time to the farming practices. The shadow flicker of the blades during some of these disturbing as we move equipment from field to field. Increase visual distractions and remove the equipment on the roadways. Do not allow more place cameras in Dickinson County. Since Dickinson County will not benefit from many of these so-called taxes that energy plans will pay. You don't pay your share of property taxes like the residents of Dickinson County pay. If the government decides to no longer allow tax credits for green energy, what will happen to the windmills? They will be abandoned, shut down, forgot about by energy. Who is left to deal with the leftover visual pollution, decommissioning and cleaning of these abandoned wind farms? The Dickinson County taxpayers will be the ones that will have to deal with this mess. Do not allow this company to disagree 70 square miles of the land and even more of the sky on one of the beautiful lakes area. There are many other issues that need to be taken into consideration. Safety of the windmills, inadequate setbacks, and other ordinances that are not in our best interest. Send this company back home. Do not vote yes for energy's application. Either Board of Adjustment. Since the people of Dickinson County must vote no, do not disappoint the decision. Sincerely, Dennis Wallace. All right, let me first start out by sharing that my grandparents used to farm and now have CRP land. They would love the opportunity to host wind turbines to serve as the 401k. They never had the opportunity to have as farmers. I now have the opportunity to advocate on behalf of farmers and so many other Iowans renewable energy through our ballot. And we spend months, in many cases years, developing clean energy ordinances ultimately Dickinson County. The county has done its due diligence to consider what's best for the community and residents. The process often comes with lengthy moratoriums, costly developments, and many county officials tossing in the towel, being voted out of their seats to vocal and sometimes ruthless comments from those against any kind of development. Local elected officials should not be complaining to their neighbors with the or being confronted at church. They shouldn't have to taking constituents. These themes were repeated over and over in counties across the state. Wind energy is not by the number one taxpayer communities contributing up to 55% of total property taxes. Clean energy is the largest source of local revenue, and some counties the largest taxpayer is up to 8 times smaller than clean energy. Funds from wind and solar projects maintain and even improve communities without raising taxes on residents. This seems like a no-brainer. Unlike other industries that have costly investment in projects generating long-term stable revenue with minimal strain on local infrastructure. Additionally, farmers who host these projects receive direct payments through another economic areas. Farmers use this additional source of income to ensure that they can grandkids afford the opportunity to farm for future generations. The enhancement of clean energy supports thousands of jobs up and down the supply chain. Iowa is living factors and doing jobs. Furthermore, clean energy makes top destination for energy intensive industries like manufacturing, data centers, and agricultural operations, creating more economic opportunities for our communities. The demand for energy is rising faster than we've ever seen before. We are in an era and have solutions for each one of us, yet an increasing number of communities don't know why. It means that misinformation is overriding the facts and the benefits of clean energy. Supporting energy means you support it. It's a way that economic what's valuable and never rights will have the best interest of Dickinson County has established a fair and practical for wind energy development that will have to come from the impact is clear. A strong local economy, more property tax credit, and more clean energy future. Thank you for your time. Matt Hedges, Power of Iowa. Mike Jordan. Having been a longtime resident of Dickinson County and beneficiary to the beauty of this place, I still call home. I strongly request you vote no on the RedRock Wind turbine project. I worked in southern Minnesota during the construction of their wind turbines and witnessed the initial excitement of the projects coming to the county. They're truly trying to lament as the constant noise of the turbine blades disrupt the peace of the farmstead 24/7. Not only noise all night caused restlessness and animals, they were disturbed by the constant flashing red lights at night too. Once beautiful sunsets and sunrises were destroyed in a flash. Other landowners disliked family events being constantly in the shadows of the roaring blades as well. They are a definite distraction. The ones on the most southern Minnesota area are not as tall as the ones proposed in this project. Question, some people benefit from the power these turbines generate, not many actually. Will, but not many actually will in our county once the dust and destruction from the construction is finished. Beautiful sunsets destroyed, tranquility disturbed for our lifetimes. The peace of the countryside will be gone. And one of the most unique and beautiful places in not only Iowa but USA. Please vote no for Dickinson County and its residents, not for another energy source for distant land or benefit. Thank you. I oppose wind turbines. Tia Hoffner. Please do not put wind turbines in Dickinson County. Do not put windmills on the 4,400 acres of land. They are eyesores. They don't help our electric grid go down. There's nowhere to put them. When they're no longer useful, harmful to our land. Thanks, Lord. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, I'm writing to express my full endorsement of the project. With the vitality and the ag market, landowner lease payments, landowner lease payments gives many families and other landowners a sense of security and allows us to plan for the future. Workers from across Iowa will come eat and sleep shop here, and local students and wind technicians will be valuable experience. But about the community wind project founded by families like mine, and it's our community that stands for them. Please vote to approve the project or the application for this project. Sincerely, Bill Reed. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, on behalf of the Iowa Renewable Energy Association, we are writing to express our support for the RedRock Wind Energy Project. The RedRock Wind Energy Center proposes a wind power generation facility that would boost economic activity, boost education system, and support Iowa's goal of being 100% renewable by 2035. The project will set a precedent of rural community support. The benefits of bringing wind energy to Dickinson County would not only bring jobs and landowner prosperity, but generate over $241 billion in property taxes, providing a center outside of for economic stimulation. This is a grassroots project initiated and supported by community members and a positive impact on rural growth. Potential to power nearly 117,000 homes with clean energy. The benefits provided to families and the environment are vast. The project promises to provide the utmost care to the land use and promise to maintain rural beauty. The project embodies economic growth, community-driven activism, and environmental responsibility. For these reasons, we urge support to approve RedRock Wind Energy and reiterate our full support for its development. Sincerely, Grace Balesteros, Renewable Energy. I am strongly opposed to the RedRock Wind project because of the adverse effects on me, my property, and the beauty of Dickinson County. Besides the eyesore to the beauty of our community, they will ruin the peace and the quiet for all of us that are living in the proposed areas of construction. There are already 7 in Superior, and they cause problems for me and my family living 3 miles south from the constant blinking of the red lights alone. There are many birds in my Washington Township that will be in danger from their presence in the area. Many volcanoes and trumpets formed our home and knock around the many wetlands favor variable habitat available here. Not to mention all the other species that make this area their home and routes of yearly migration. I purchased my acreage 35 years ago to visit the peace and the quiet and all the advantages that come with living and raising a family in this rural atmosphere. I don't wish to see that all disappear from the constitution of these turbines that are surely to adversely destroy it. I fear the adversity of that property values and aim and have been in the past to beauty, safety, quality, and different living. It's growing influence and casting farmers policy and structures operating in our areas. If any of the farms and fields and structures or damage from flying debris to those around, to those of us who live in the area, they will be erected. We have adequate fire protection in the area of the counties to combat a disaster or such. The safety of our farmers who have to farm around them. Also, the damage of roadways, underground tiles, and utilities in the area. I see absolutely nothing beneficial to anyone here by their constitution and operation, and am completely opposed to building here. That said, please stop the land. Sincerely, David. Hello, my name is Jane Mueller, and I'm a lifelong resident of Northwest Iowa and Dickinson County since 2009. I 100% am opposed to any more windmills in our county or state. Please vote against any more windmills in our county. Thank you, Jane Mueller. I'm writing to endorse my support for the RedRock Wind Energy. Since my family began farming in Howard County nearly 50 years ago, we have transformed 700 acres of rich Iowa farmland into thriving 1,000 head cattle operation. During the American Clean Power Week, my family and I are grateful that renewable energy has provided us a path to keep our way of life competitive and successful. In 2009, we welcomed 4 wind turbines to our property, and a financial asset, allowing us to diversify against market conditions and unfavorable weather conditions. In farming, we see the good and the bad sides of Mother Nature. We see the sun come out every day. Thanks to the natural resources my family have chosen to harness, we can rest our heads peacefully and knowing we've done a good day's work and we're building a resilient future for our family. We see the presence of wind turbines as a winning situation not only for us, but for every resident in Howard County. Wind projects that are generate tax revenue that helps the town repair bridges, pay for the other necessary infrastructure to maintain our community. I encourage you to embrace clean energy in Dickinson County and the good it provides for agricultural communities like it has for me in Howard. Dave Johnson. My name is Alexis Nielsen, and I am writing to you as a concerned citizen and resident of Terrell, Iowa. I'm fiancé and 11-year-old son, and I have made this town our home, but I also have deep roots in this area, having grown up on the acreage just a couple miles north of Terrell. Growing up in the country is a gift. I cherish open fields, the quiet mornings, and a sense of peace. I come from living in this country. It is peaceful, agricultural lifestyle that my family and I hope to pass to my son when the time is right, and hopefully someday we will take great in this area. I fear for the future of our land, wildlife, and community, these 67 nearly 600-foot turbines that energy process to place in Dickinson County will forever alter the landscape and the peaceful life I cherish. If used, so many of the wildlife that predicts here and the untouched land will be changed. Never allowed to be constructed. This is about protecting what we hold dear, our land, our citizens, and the people who will have to hear these turbines every day. It's about those who will experience the childhood in their homes and the precious wildlife and the land that we have will be forever altered. It is about the citizens of Dickinson County who live miles and miles away, but will see them in the horizon. We must consider the long-term effects these turbines will have on our environment, community, and future generations. As a 23-year-old woman who works in agriculture, I want to ensure our country remains that our families can still grow, where land is respected, and where future generations can experience the same beauty and tranquility I have growing up. Please consider the long-term effects these turbines will have on the community, the land, and our children. I ask for your thoughtful consideration and to keep the future of Dickinson County and their families who all come at the forefront in your decision making. Please welcome sincerely. I am writing in support of the RedRock Wind RedRock Energy Project, Charlotte. Dear Dickinson County Board, my wife and me fully approve of the wind energy. I am speaking for the Wing Family Partnership. The future is wind and solar. If energy has went out their way to work with Dickinson County to do a project right, it would bring in a lot of income to the county. Kurt Horman. I support the RedRock because of the donations to the schools. I don't know why you keep turning away this money when it's only gonna help keep our schools up to date and put more money in the community. Sincerely, Lori Cable. The members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm a 4th grader in the OPG school system, and I'd like to tell you what I think. The taxes paid by the windmill company will help build a bigger and better school for me and all the students, while helping to reduce some of the cost burdens for our families. Besides, why shouldn't we use factory energy? Cable. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I'm writing to express my disapproval of the planned wind turbine project in Dickinson County. The safety and environmental concerns surrounding these projects warrants a rejection from the board of adjustments. Firstly, the pulsating sound from the turbines would permeate my family's farm day and night. The blinking lights would bounce around our buildings and windows all night. These conditions would be difficult and unsafe to live in. Turbines can also catch fire, causing crop fires that spread beyond the farm where the turbines place. Can harvesting nearby farmers who choose not to have turbines placed on their property. High turbine speed can also be a cause for concern. A turbine blade has a blade tip speed of approximately 180 miles per hour. The speed could throw ice 2,600 feet. This distance is 1,000 feet beyond the 1,600-foot setback. Putting the lives of communities at risk. It is not compelled for people in Dickinson County to live in these unsafe conditions. Furthermore, the environmental concerns from these projects would be a significant issue. These turbines have been found to hurt bird populations the wind turbines. The concrete blocks left on the ground at the current lifespan would be a long-term issue, since there is no obligation from the turbine companies to remove the foundation of these turbines once they are out of service. This in turn many of these are consistent with consuming valuable farmland, allowing these foundations to be placed in high soil. Be negligent of the next generation of Iowa farming. Vote no on the Red Rock project for the state of Dickinson County and the future of Iowa farming. Sincerely, Samuel Hackett. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I highly support the Red Rock Wind Energy Project. It'll be good for all taxpayers, and Emmett and Dickinson counties wind projects bring millions in tax revenue to Iowa County. Sincerely, Rose Lee Todorno. Please consider this email as my opposition to the proposed wind farms application. As a citizen of Dickinson County, I urge you not to approve the submitted application for windmills. We have been through this before, and many of the people of Dickinson County are saying no again. The reasons are still the same, so I will not address them again. Nothing has changed in that regard. I understand the county had worked the guidelines, albeit there are some factors coming to light about the process that are concerning, but the answer is no. How many times will it take? No means no for all the reasons identified in previous applications. Just because wind farms keep asking doesn't mean you can answer. You can see the marginal compromise to the county's guidance to allow windmills to be installed. Listen to your constituents and vote now. Explore the other alternatives to generating money and jobs in our area that is currently concerned. Not destroy what we have to offer. Please represent your people and not face decision on financial income. We live here, and these are homes and lives are really affected, and we are saying no. Thank you for consideration. Chair. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I'm writing today as a concerned citizen of Dickinson County. I'm proud to be a lifelong resident of the Florida area, so I do not want to see any beauty lost to more windmills on our horizon. I already feel this current windmills have taken away from the beauty of our skies and now also put more and more strains on them. I'm equally concerned with the impact these windmills have on wildlife. It is well documented that they're detrimental to all living creatures. Something we should all be mindful of. That's what happens when the shelf life of these windmills runs out. They will signal around throughout and be an eye for it. If I had to vote, it would be a strong no. I hope you will consider the lasting negative impacts that these have on our area. We vote no to this project sincerely. Karina and to the members of Dickinson County Supervisors. First off, thank you to the members of the supervisors and their families for your patience and diligence to making reasonable and well thought out adjustments to our county's ordinances. The RedRock Wind project can and will be an asset to our county's financial base. It's a huge mistake to only rely on the tourism part of our county. Besides the agriculture, we need additional support because of the high taxes that we are burdened with these days. I am a widow, lifelong resident of the county, and how I am to continue to pay my property taxes, except to diversify my income, and the windmills are one way of doing that. You know, it's been said that if we have approximately 10 windmills for the school systems in our county, our state funding will be reduced. Well, isn't that a good thing, as it leaves more money to fix our roads and bridges in the state? We are not rated very high in our infrastructure. Besides, it is another good thing to stand on your own and not to depend on state funding. We want the best schools and the most well-educated students in the state, and the taxes raised from windmills will certainly help accomplish that. In addition, I have heard many complaints about not wanting to be inconvenienced with the low outside windmills. I personally am not fond of the additional traffic on our roads and the noise it makes, or the loud noise boat traffic in the lakes, just to see the lakes instead of all the big houses and condos that are on them would be lovely. But for the overall good of the county as a whole, those things are livable. I would ask those opposed to keep in mind that the agricultural community also needs to diversify their costs. Once again, thank you for your efforts to keep this county growing. This time I ask for a vote that supports the agricultural community of this county. Table. Sorry. I'm writing to express my disapproval of the RedRock Wind Energy. The wind turbines will decrease property values by leaving enormous chunks of concrete in the ground long after the wind turbines set out. The families, the turbines will be a nuisance to local residents by causing excessive noise, cutting some houses, and be generally unsightly. Overall, wind energy is not a good solution for our state when compared to other sources of nuclear energy. Thank you for considering my concerns, Justin and Moses. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, my name is Waylon Brown and I am the Regional Policy Manager for Clean Grid Association, an organization that advocates for stronger renewable energy future across the Midwest. I am also a former state senator, fourth generation farmer, and consider it a privilege to advance our state's clean energy potential. The RedRock Wind Energy Center represents a significant investment in Iowa's energy infrastructure and rural economy. This project will create good paying construction jobs in the near term and provide long-term income stability for landowners who choose to participate, offering a diversified revenue stream for family farms and help preserve our heritage. Just as importantly, the tax revenue generated from this project will be reinvested directly into Dickinson County, bolstering essential services without raising the local tax burden. This project also sends a strong message that Dickinson County is open for business and it's to be partnered with. And the company and industry can constantly feedback from the power by clean energy project and Dickinson County's competitiveness and attractiveness of economic development. It isn't just an energy project, it's a strategic investment in the future prosperity of the region. The granting priority approval for the RedRock and Wind Energy Center, we are honoring the state of Iowa's commitment to expanding its energy portfolio and allowing the positive impacts of flourishing our communities. Millions of dollars from renewable energy projects yield support not only the islands across the state, but also the local emergency services, roads, public schools right here in Dickinson County. Wind energy brings opportunities to Northwest Iowa, and I encourage you to vote for the project approval. Thank you. Really proud. Dear Board of Directors, I am asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects my county. The odds seem to be against RedRock turbine industry, considering our new highly effective pro-American president. He has said many things against the wind turbine industry, including we're not going to do that wind thing. Trump has accomplished a lot in only 3 months, so his odds for winning is much better than yours. It's great that we now have a national leader and local voice speaking truth about the industry. In general, the more citizens are informed, the more they oppose the turbines. Other national voices like Joe Rogan and Dr. Phil have been informing Americans that definite reasons to question China's intentions concerning our farmland. China has been buying our farmland right next to our military bases for years. In 2017, Texas did not permit to build a wind farm in an area with wind speeds too low for turbines to operate. Additionally, the new pro-American tariffs will further decrease the turbine's cost effectiveness, considering its massive import demands. Also, would like to mention that a few months ago, Michigan successfully went out the full government. This is since it has been cut out because the land which the officials approved had links to China. Lastly, this country already is in top soil crisis, and there are studies that the degradation of the farmland around the turbines. There are issues to consider very seriously before it's too late. Quickly speaking, the earth and its inhabitants have a creator. Humankind are stewards of the earth. We're not to be greedy, must be led of wisdom. Let us be our prayer, not be guilty of judgment. Sincerely, is tolerant. The Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I'm very much in favor of the RedRock Wind Energy project. This is a great opportunity to provide significant tax revenue to our county to help with schools, roads, and all other expenses in Dickinson County. It will also provide incredible financial benefits to landowners who help with their farming operations. Please approve the application for this opportunity. Sincerely, Blaine Pierce. To the serving members of Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, my name is Michael Jones, and I'm running in support of the RedRock Wind Energy. My late mother was a longtime resident of Dickinson County, and I myself have been visiting this area with her family since the early 1990s. Okoboji and Spirit Lake are fabulous summer trips to escape the Midwest heat, but the community lays dormant when tourist season is over. The RedRock Wind Energy project presents an opportunity for the agricultural area to maximize what they have to offer and continue to thrive outside of the busy tourist season. I encourage you to keep this in mind as you make a decision on this critical issue. Thank you, Michael Jones. I'm expressing my sincere and heartfelt opposition to the proposed Invenergy Wind Energy project to Dickinson County. I hope you do the right thing and reject the project for Dickinson County. This would be great injustice done onto this wonderful part of Iowa we live in. So the people that live here, the tourists that visit, and the wildlife that flourishes in Northwest Iowa. This is a many concerns that outlive wind generating concerns, hazardous environment, long improvement. No, confidence, really pollution. Leaving shadows like our cats and anxiety, lay showering throws garbage to the room. cause field fires, bring lightning strikes, decrease values, not economical, short lifespan, can't dispose of large blades, deep concrete basins remain underground, visual contamination of horizon, blinking lights, contaminate night sky, money and electricity go out of state, and we're left to do problems. It's really Sandra Ball. My name is Ruby Crow and I work with Power of Iowa, a coalition of renewable energy supporters from across the state focused on educating communities on economic benefits and clean energy resources. Approving RedRock Wind Energy Center will bring a wealth of opportunity for the Dickinson County community, showing the state that Dickinson County is open for business. Supporting renewable energy development is synonymous with championing the local workforce. The RedRock Wind Energy Center is set to create up to 300 jobs during construction. That's 8 full-time jobs after construction is completed. These numbers don't even include the jobs created across the supply chain or the local businesses and restaurants that have been impossible numbers creating their establishment. Thanks to industrial institutions like Islands Community, freedom produces a pipeline technician, which are part of the fastest growing in the United States. Having a wind project right here in Dickinson County will allow full Iowa Lake students to remain close to home instead of seeking employment elsewhere. $241 million in property tax revenue that RedRock Wind Energy is anticipated to generate is to select local school districts in Dickinson County, helping with budgeting gaps for things like infrastructure, schools, increasing our wages, and introducing mental health services. On behalf of our Iowa's Dickinson County coalition members, we urge you to say yes to the RedRock Wind Energy Center and all the benefits of the sincerely, Ruby. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, reject the RedRock Wind project. When was the last time you saw your electric bill lowered? It hasn't been. It's increased. None of the citizens of the county see any relief from their electric bills. Nothing about the turbines helps our county whatsoever. This is a typical, the rich get richer while the working people struggle scenario. What happens when the turbines can no longer be used or start on fire or damage? It costs millions of dollars, and that falls on the farmers or the taxpayer. Why do you think the one is still up at the Iowa school? That doesn't work. It's on the school, it's on the schools come up with $1 million to remove it. This would be very damaging to the community. If it wasn't damaging to the community, they would allow it to be live streamed. They are doing that. Or would they not allow this public hearing to be live streamed? It's easy to see who's at fault and who's pushing the agenda because they're the same one keeping it quiet from citizens. Do they care about Dickinson County taxpayers? I do not. Sincerely, Benjamin Parkin. As a landowner in the area, RedRock Wind project, I will support the project and the environmental and economic benefits it provides for our people. Chris Hegpeth, reasons why I'm against the energy project. There are numerous reasons. First of all, they're a major eyesore. They only last about 5 to 10 years, and they can't be recycled. They're not healthy items to live near. Very few local will be benefit. The county certainly doesn't need any additional funds based on the taxes we are paying with public in. I have neighbors that can no longer pay their property taxes. I hope you all have watched the many videos that DC3 has spent time, research, and funds to put together. They tell the story that you need to listen to. Please do not allow these to be built. Chris Hegpeth, author of Boji, over 160 years of history and images. They are homeowners and taxpayers in Western County, Iowa. We are very opposed to the building of any more turbines. Marion Charles Parker. Members of the Board of Adjustment, on behalf of the Grant Materials School Board of Education, I am writing to express our continued support for the RedRock Wind Energy Project. Renewable energy and wind energy in particular continues to prove itself as a practical, sustainable, and financially sound solution for communities like ours. We see this project as a valued support to advance both the environmental responsibility and long-term investment in education. Securing strong, stable funding for public schools is a challenge many rural districts know all too well. With limited commercial tax base, our district has historically relied on property owners from local families to education and youth. The project helps relieve some of that pressure by broadening the tax base and generating consistent long-term revenue. RedRock Wind Energy stands to make a meaningful difference in the schools in our communities. Projections show the project contributing an estimated $1.7 million per year to the Grant Materials Community School District, amounting to nearly $70 million over the next 4 decades. These dollars will support the essential work of educating our students while helping us reduce the financial demand on individual taxpayers. And this way, the project not only serves the present needs of our district, but also helps safeguard the future. With more financial support, the RedRock project also enhances education. With collaboration from districts like Oakland County, Nashville, and Central, as well as Average Community Colleges that are far beyond District 9. Together, we are creating new opportunities for students in our region. The impact of the Redrock Wind projects is clear. Brings a rare combination of economic benefit, educational support, and community flourishing. We believe in this project and a lasting positive change in my community. Thank you for your continued support for our school, our community, and our most partner, the Titan Pride. National Youth Superintendent. I'm sending this email asking you as a board to reject RedRock Wind project, along with the county visitors in Dickinson County. I value the quality of living in our beautiful lakes area and I'm convinced that the presence of the proposed business does not benefit us as residents enough to make up for the negative effects of having them in our county. Therefore, I'm asking you to do the right for Dickinson County and vote now. Respectfully submitted, Jane Nielsen. To the serving members of Dickinson County Adjustment, my name is Lawton Weber and I'm a wind technician student at Iowa Lakes Community College and I'm writing to urge you to vote yes for the RedRock Wind Energy Center. Many of my classmates are native to Dickinson County, meaning that the project will create opportunities for them and their hometowns, allowing them to stay close to home. In reality, it has never been offered to Iowa Lakes students within and Energy and RedRock Energy Center have been great. Iowa Lake offering resources for students and faculty. They created a scholarship fund for wind technology students, awarding myself and two of my classmates financial assistance to continue education with the college. I'm grateful to the wind energy industry. I'm looking forward to my career in the field. I hope Iowa Lake students for years to come can benefit from the RedRock Wind Energy Center. Thank you for your consideration. My name is David Cruz and I currently reside in East Oaks North, Spirit Lake, Iowa, on the east side of East Lake Okogie. I own farmland in Clay County, Iowa. And one of those who just got here to the Great Lakes as quick as I could. My wife Jane and I have done a lot of traveling and confirmed that there's no place better to live than here as home. I farmed for 51 years, now becoming a landlord, turning the management of our farm over to my son Matthew this year. The Cruz Century Farm was bought in 1896. My son will be the sixth generation to farm it. I'm also the founder of Comstock Investments and am a commodity market analyst who is an active added means to expand our ag economy and was one of the first to fight for the development of the ethanol industry. Ethanol industry has made a contribution in my lifetime. I wanted to share my experience and perspectives. Easements and the role that government should take in private property rights. When advocating for analysis, I also to tenant domain and private property rights. One of my firms has been been there as long as I can remember. In order to maintain it well, examining most recently easements, the Summit Carbon Solutions Pipeline has been so controversial too. There are many concerns about the approach. To address them in the negotiation of the easement. The payment we received was exceptional historically compared to what has been paid. Such easement was structured to be 90% tax free. And the reason for what I consider to be the success in negotiating the easement was the leverage that was put on Summit to reach 75% voluntary easements in order to gain approval from the IUB. That is the way the system works. A super majority of voluntary easements must be obtained to gain regulatory approval. It takes 3/4 majority of the states to amend the US Constitution. 75% cooperation is a very high bar. Carbon sequestration will reduce the carbon scores of ethanol, so that is affects the new markets such as the FDA and compete with Brazil ethanol. The Hill plant and sequestration pipeline have plans to expand their production by 20 to 100%, which will inject a new surge of demand to the farm market and then absorb our productivity and buffer us from the risk of the export market as we enter a period of trade disruption. Those who see no public economic value additionally, it's a crucial component for the ag economy. We made the choice that for very fair compensation, that we would allow our land to be part of the eminent domain, critical value of the easement in a system that it may function as it should. This system also worked in the denial of the IUB permits to the Rock Island Clean Line RFCL Power Line project. It also advocated for an easement to put power line on. It failed because the offer for an easement was no with the scope and overpaying and impacting our power's operation in the future. If we are given an easement, the power line would add little income to families, but then those strictly engaged with. It required just 18% voluntary easements needed and failed to gain IUB approval. That was the system working correctly. We were also approached by a wind turbine powered development to put turbines on our farms. I analyzed the impact and compensation offered and personally determined that we would pass on the project. The compensation was much better than our ICL, but we decided to decline. Our neighbors did so too, and the project moved a relatively short distance away from the country. Other landowners who wish to participate it should be there to me. There is now a wind turbine in the country that has been built using eminent domain. It's all the owner was determined that's what it should be. There's little known for these parts. Expand harder and diversify the electrical grid in the US and wind power makes a key contribution. And other landowners volunteer to contribute to the energy needs of this country. This will benefit economic growth in all levels. Some want to tell you who are considering wind turbines, but they can with that compensation. If I can see wind turbines while looking east in Dickinson County, and East Coast, it's okay for me that is an example of the protection of private property rights benefiting economic development. Respectfully, David Cruz. We're asking you to keep the windmills out of Lake Okoboji region as a beautiful deep water lake, and islands are seeking for no windmills in that area. We want to enjoy this area for vacation getaways. Thank you, Denise. Do not add any more wind generations to our county. This is a bad plan for the future of our area. I've seen the beauty of my family farm in other part of the state ruined with flat woods and farm around taken and odd shapes or planting. I've been a part of an inherited lease agreement that has been a nightmare. I've seen old wind generators decay on property. This large property is not a carbon series for any plague. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, I have signed a lease agreement with Invenergy, which assumed the development of the RedRock Wind project. The long-term revenue generated by the project through tax payments and other economic activities will contribute to the stability and potential growth of Dickinson County's infrastructure and public services. This project represents a tangible investment in our collective future, offering opportunities for job creation and strengthen local economy that will benefit families and businesses throughout the region. I urge the Board of Adjustment to recognize the our community and representatives who will project forward. Don't allow our county to pass up on this opportunity. I hope the board will approve the RedRock project and I believe it will bring long-term benefits to your community, our environment, and to my family. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your table. I hope this message finds you well. I'm writing to express my concerns regarding the proposed installation of wind turbines in our area. I'm all about animals in our community. I know the research has been done to think of the animals. We need to focus on bigger things than these things. Reason number one, environmental impact. Wind turbines can have a significant impact on local wildlife, particularly impacts rotating plants affect these animals, leading to increased mortality rates. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The wind turbines need to go away and stay out of Dickinson County sincerely now. Jim Hegpath. 1701 Lakeshore Drive, reasons why I'm against the Invenergy Wind project. There are numerous reasons. First of all, they're a major oracle, they only last about 5 to 10 years, and then they can't be recycled. They're not healthy items to live near. Very few locals will reap any benefits. The county certainly didn't need any additional funds based on the taxes we were paying, which went up again. I have a neighbor that can no longer afford. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, given all the talk in Des Moines about property rights, eminent domain, and the CO2 pipeline, I feel it's important to emphasize that participation in the RedRock Wind project is entirely voluntary. Each of us has made the decision based on our own circumstances and assessment of the project's benefits. This voluntary aspect the fact that we see the value and opportunity presented by Invenergy's project. The fact that numerous landowners in Dickinson County have chosen to participate speaks volume about the positive perception of the RedRock Wind project within our community. This project represents a responsibility to warn plan that will generate significant economic advantages without negatively impacting our existing livelihoods or those of landowners who live around us. RedRock adjustment to expect the decision to participate in this project and approve the necessary permits for its first aid. I hope will approve the RedRock Wind project that believe it will bring long-term benefits to our communities, our environment, to our family, consideration or considering my support for the important project. Sincerely, Linda Dingle. Again, Dickinson County doesn't need the monstrous wind turbines damaging the beauty of the landscape and safety of our citizens. Please encourage all those responsible to vote no. Thank you, Steve Lefter. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, this is a letter in support of the conditional use application for RedRock Wind Energy Project. I know that you're receiving comments that can be emotionally charged and even intimidating. This is not one of those. Please look at the good that will be done in terms of local energy generation, help for the school's tax revenue, increased farm revenue for those in the project, and increased tax burden for all. Since, and importantly, RedRock rules are recognized, did what you were asked to do. Please don't move the goalpost now. I hope that a well thought out and respectable criticism person. As a landowner in the area involved with RedRock Wind project, I fully support the project and the environment and economic impacts it provides to James River. I'm asking you to reject the RedRock Energy Wind project as it will adversely affect the county's natural resources and violate our sacred historical land, the other Great Lakes region. The industrial wind turbines are a negative factor on our important tourist economy, the natural resources, and wildlife around the lakes, and the overall environment. Change our landscape and real use might be on the property lines of landowners who corporate deals with the big ag and big energy. The places themselves are an obvious trend for established migrating patterns, causing the death of many fowl and changing pressures. Approximately 180 miles per hour. We are an established habitat for national bird, called eagle, that access to farmland, but it varies on lakes with a nesting and sustenance. The image of these migrants is being flying around and soaring. The vastness of an uninhabited sky is no longer be what we see. The tremendous increase in scope and the height of the new modified wind turbines constitutes a vicious property value take for landowners and residents of the coastal windmills. Last year's flooding of the lakes, the Little Sioux and other rivers is an ominous sign of bad time for the Holy Land of the Sudanese. Please rise up and for the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors and Board of Adjustment. Sincerely and respectfully, Patrick Kelly, OG.
It's 10:30.
We're not even close to being done.
Yeah. At this point, I would like to recess our meeting for tonight, and we'll continue tomorrow at 6. So with that, I would entertain a motion to recess.
So
Second that. Made and seconded, and we'll continue. 29.
It's great.